Let me mute this. Good. Skip this. How y'all doing out there? As lower the temperature in the house. Y'all had a good day? Y'all having a good night? Hopefully everyone is all right. Beauty is her name. Good evening. What's going on with you? Beauty is her name. You doing all right? What's going on with Big Gwoat, man? Big Gwoat supposed to be out there on vacation. Big Gwoat, what happened to her skin, man? She went to Aruba to do what? What, man, the internet taking its toll on her, man. Did y'all see the makeup? Yeah. The internet, what the hell's going on with Claressa Shields, man? She bleaching? Oh, man, say it ain't so. Let me tell you something. I love women. Women are beautiful to me. Brown skin, light skin, biracial, all races. I love women. Women. You ain't gonna hear me say nothing crazy about women. But don't go bleach your skin. Don't go bleach your skin. Now, I don't know if she's bleaching. I don't know if that's makeup. What's up, Kim? What's up? Yo, whoever she let play on her face. Yeah, but I mean, don't do that. I thought she was fine. I thought Claressa Shields was fine, yo. Matter of fact, you know, she said she was fine. Why you going to do your face like that and post that on the internet? I'm telling y'all, man, the internet's getting the best of. What's up, Poodle Bear? The internet's getting the best of Claressa Shields. Ain't no way in the world she had that much makeup on her face. And I think whatever it takes for a person to build confidence, cool. Especially a woman. I know society ain't easy on women, but man, come on now. I saw that today. I said, hey, yo, hold your horses. Let's not take it to the stupid. You trying to tell me Big Gwoat? Big Gwoat? I'm so fine, and let the internet get to her? So now she got a face, with all this makeup on her face? Out there in Aruba? Now look, I know a lot of y'all, man, have vacationed to the Caribbean or some kind of tropical climate, sultry weather and all that. But anyone who's been out there, man, even if you're in the Texas heat and shit, you don't go out there with all that makeup on your face, man. Man, that just really, I didn't know what was going on, man. That shit, I was frightened. When I saw, I was frightened. I said, what are they doing out there? Ah, man, this is all bad. It's just makeup gone wrong. Yeah, man, not in that heat, man. Do you think she's covering up bruises? Call in, Dolly Sugar, call in. 929-839-0679. Call in. You got a question, Dolly Sugar, call in. Say what you got to say about what you're asking if you think she's covering up bruises. That's why I do these lives, for y'all to call in. You know what I'm saying? And the phone is on. Call in, Dolly Sugar, and ask your question over the phone, and let's dialogue about it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the phone line is on. Call in. That's an interesting question. You know, somebody else brought that up, you know, and I don't know if I want to put that on Papoose, like I said last night. But the ladies, that's why I don't have nothing to say when it comes to her putting on makeup to possibly cover something up. You know, I'm not going to put that jacket on no man unless they have something definitive. But y'all ladies, when y'all talk, that's why I do these lives. So call in. Give me your opinion on this bleaching thing or makeup or whatever it is going on, because I'm trying to understand what happened to being so fine. What happened to being this beautiful, skin glistening? Man, shit, matter of fact, watch this. Watch this. I'm trying to understand. But yeah, call in and let me know what you think while I pull up that video where she was saying, yeah, I'm this fine. Let's see, because that's what she said, right? I'm just trying to understand how we get here. I honestly don't understand. I'm being honest with you. You know, how in the world out there in Aruba, like, what are you putting the makeup on when you're out there on vacation chilling? You know, I honestly don't get it, and I'm being honest with you. So somebody need to help me out, ladies. Is that normal? Look to me like she's bleaching. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like to me. It looks like she's bleaching. It doesn't look right. It looked like somebody just, like almost what you let your kids come and, you know, and play around and put makeup on you or something, or You let them comb your hair, brush your hair, whatever. That's what it looks like to me. And I'm not trying to diss her. I'm just saying, I didn't expect to see that. I'm like, what is she doing? So I personally think the internet got the best of her, is my opinion. Where is this damn thing? I'm about to show you. I think the internet got the best of her. Maybe she don't see herself as fine anymore. What I'm talking about, here it is, the video. I'm about to play it for y'all. Here it is right here. Let me play this for y'all again. This is what I'm trying to wonder. What happened? What happened to this right here? This is what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, here it goes. Let me put the volume on here. Where the hell's the damn volume on? Oh, there it is.
On this video, you wouldn't fuck. How many filters I have on this video? You wouldn't fucking believe it if I told you. If I told you I have 0 filters on this video, you would be pissed off. And that is the answer. I have 0 filters. I'm this fine in real life. This is my real face. You see that? It doesn't change. It does. I've had this scar here since I was 22 years old from a headbutt against Hannah Gabriels. So I told you I have 0 filters on this video, you would be pissed off. And that is the answer. I have 0 filters. I'm this fine.
What happened? What happened to being this fine? Y'all got to help me understand that. It says frightened, yeah. What happened to being so fine, man? I don't understand what's going on. What are they doing to her? Is it, what do y'all think it is? It says it's gross. I mean, you in this goddamn video, Poodle Bear, you like that shit, Poodle Bear. You love that video. But I'm telling you, I like to hear somebody speak with confidence. You know what I mean? Whether you're a young man, young lady, older fella, older male, older woman, I like people to have confidence. But what I'm seeing here with all this makeup and the bleaching, or whatever that shit is that she's doing, I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it. Y'all got to help me understand that. Anyway, man, the phone line is open, man. 929-839-0679. And if you're calling in and for some reason ain't going through, let me know that, because sometimes the phone acts the fool. But I want to hear what y'all think about this, man. Says it looks like a Halloween giving Sammy Sosa. But I'll tell you what. If that's not bleaching, y'all help me understand. You know, when I see that, I think bleaching. Because that's what I'm familiar with, you know what I mean? Women, when they start becoming light-skinned, make me wonder. Yo, what up?
You sound like my father.
Oh, yeah.
What you doing, bleaching? What you doing? Take that shit off your face.
Yeah.
No, but no, for real. There was a video a long time ago where someone was trying to show Claressa how to put on makeup, and her eye makeup came out looking out. It came out looking exactly what it looks like now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, me honestly, because I'm not gonna ever put that abuse on her. She's not wearing makeup. She been wearing makeup, like, you know, caked up on her face. Anyways, it looks like she just tried to do it herself this time.
It
really looked like she tried to put on her own makeup, wrong foundation, wrong color, everything. Pink does not belong on her face in the manner that she has mess on her face. I don't think she bleaching, no, but I do think she is just trying to put on her own makeup, and all of that is insecure, low self-esteem. She is the walking portrait of low self-esteem.
Okay. Well, all right, man.
I'm hanging up.
I'm going to take some more calls, all right?
Yep.
All right, girl. Bye. Yeah, you there?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you mute your TV, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you mute your TV? Okay. All right. What you got, sis?
So I was supposed to talk about Claressa's makeup in Aruba.
Sure, go ahead.
I think she intentionally put on a lighter foundation. She has this whole thing now about dark complected women going after her. I mean, young, like lighter women going after her because she's dark skinned. Now all of a sudden she's popping up with a really light foundation. She has not been wearing light foundation. And I find it kind of odd. I don't know if she's now projecting with the light. You know, she projects with other women. She's trying to projecting the sexiness, just like ALYCIA. Now she's projecting a lighter complexion. I don't think this is accidental.
So what do you
I
think?
think she really needs some help. She doesn't have an identity.
Okay. So you think
like
that she's just the pressure from the internet and trying to figure out what society sees as beautiful?
31 years old. She's been in the game a long time. She's not a child. And I feel like, I mean, maybe she doesn't know who she is, but then she's trying to like, what does it seem like? It's like she doesn't know who she is. She's not around good people. Or maybe she pushed away the good people that was trying to help her. She doesn't have good people around her to tell her, no, don't do this. This is ridiculous. She looks ridiculous all the time now. And it's kind of sad.
Yeah, it is. I tell you, I didn't know what to think when I saw it. I saw like, what the hell is going on?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the lighting. I've never look. I mean, everything looks crazy. I've never seen her makeup look like that.
Yeah, me neither, man. Well,
I don't know. I mean, and in Aruba of all places, I don't know.
Yeah.
You get dark in Aruba. That's why I've been to Aruba, and I'm a brown skinned girl. Like I get some caramel, and I like I like when I get dark. Like when I catch a tan, and that sun is strong as hell in Aruba. You don't wear full makeup in Aruba.
Well, once I saw,
island.
Yeah, once I saw it,
all you do is sweat.
Yeah, once I saw it, I was like, nah, because, you know, man, my family from the Caribbean, and, you know, that once I saw it, I was like, ain't no way, man. No way.
You staying on the beach with full makeup on?
Nah.
That's a waste of time.
Yeah. But all right, let me take some more calls, sis.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Taking my call.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, caller.
Hey, I think that man messed her makeup up, and she's so cheap that she thought she could get away with it, and she was going to show us her makeup and was waiting for the public. She knew she looked like I'm not going to even say a fool, but her eyelashes, she said she liked them. I'm looking at them, they're raised up and stuff. I think she was just looking for either that or she was trying to be funny or something. I don't know. Or either she's getting mental illness for real.
Yeah, I mean, do you think the internet is taking a toll on her to where
I do. I think she's crashing. And she needs some help. Like, we talk about all the stuff that we see, but in actuality, this is a crash out.
Yeah, I feel bad for her. I ain't gonna lie.
I do too. I feel bad for her, and I wish that she would step back and just go take some time to work on herself, because, like, even though a lot of the stuff that's being said about her is true, it still could take a toll on you. And she's not 20, but she's 31, so they're still not really old. And I just think she doesn't know which way to turn and go right now. But she's still low down and evil and dirty though. But still, but on the flip side, she's crashing out, and I think it is taking a toll on her.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
All right.
All right, man. The phone line is open, man. Y'all go ahead and call in. I'm sorry if I missed your call. We're just trying to understand with Claressa Shields and the internet and how she may define beauty. You know, is this just from? Okay, let me call you. I apologize. You keep calling, and I'm trying to click on you and answer your call, but here's what it is. You there, caller?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, caller.
How you doing?
I'm good. What about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. I think she did that on purpose, if you ask me.
You do?
I think she put the makeup on herself, and she tried to make it seem like somebody else did that to her. I don't think she sat in a chair for 45 minutes to look like that. I think she was experimenting and trying to make her makeup, do her own makeup, and that's what she just giving us something to talk about, as usual.
You think her and her team, or if it's just her, you think that brilliant to come up with this stuff every other day to just go viral and outdo the last viral clip? You think that brilliant? Because I ain't never seen nothing like this.
What team?
Her team, her and Papoose and whoever else is over there, because the whole thing is to be the algorithm, to keep the attention on it. Why do you think this stuff happens with Claressa Shields?
I think it's like what the previous caller said. She's crashing. She's trying to get us to talk about something other than that slap. She's trying to make us forget about that slap. And then she, she got this petition. I really believe she made that fake petition too about give Claressa Shields the respect she deserves. That's her petition.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think so?
Yeah. I think so. And the reason I think so is because when I read it and I saw something about greatest woman of all time.
Like
those are her words. Those are her words.
Vernacular, right. It sounds like her vernacular. Definitely. It's just sad. I really was for this girl when she first came out, and I tried to keep, being on her team, but she made it so hard that it's like, because she crash out and scream at everybody and say that everybody hating on her. Nobody's hating on you. We want you to win. But the stuff you're doing, all these antics, it makes it hard for us to continue to want to see you win. Now we want you to just sit down and shut up like a little kid that's just whining all the time. Sit down somewhere. It's too much. I feel embarrassed.
As a woman, you feel embarrassed at seeing what she's doing, or just as a boxing fan? As a woman?
Just as, because she could be my daughter. I'm old enough to be her mother.
Right.
And if I was her mother, I would be very embarrassed that, why are you doing these things? What attention are you seeking? Right. I would be, as if I was her mother, I would say, I am so sorry that I did not give you the love that you needed. Because she looked like she's starving for love.
Yeah. I don't know how to call this one, man. I talk about her and about the things she has going on, but with the brown skin and all that, I always say she and I about the same complexion. Maybe I may be a little bit darker than her. I don't understand this shit about color. Then to see her do this, I'm like, yo, you got that beautiful brown skin. People joke, but why you putting that shit on your skin? So right. Ugly. But why you putting that stuff on your face like that? With that, it just, to me, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It just came off to me like somebody trying to bleach. I know I understand the bleaching phenomenon. That shit is a big, I understand it. I'll leave it as that. And I never liked seeing people I knew come out and they're 1 or 2 shades lighter. That shit's crazy. People would know about it through Vibes Cartel, Sammy Sosa, and shit like that. But that's a big thing in the Caribbean, especially Jamaica, Africa. People do that bullshit. And so I was like, I pray she's not going that direction because there's no need. You don't question the way the big man made you. That's the way I feel. But now y'all are saying it's just a bad makeup job. So I see it a little differently now.
Maybe her team want us to talk about this color thing.
Yeah, I don't think they should be pushing that bullshit narrative about color and colorism because I don't think that's the issue. It's her attitude.
I'm over it. I'm really over it. I don't know about you, Hood, but I'm over it. It's too much. It's like you want to just take her somewhere and take the phones from her.
Right.
And let her, detox from this because it's like a drug. For her, how are you on vacation and you spending your whole time on the phone? How do you vacate like that?
Yeah, I don't understand that. That's a good point. Do you think she makes money off of the internet and that's why she's on vacation and she's making time to post? Or you think she's addicted to it? She wants to hear what people are saying. She wants the attention. What do you think?
She does want the attention. And I really believe she ran away from the whole ALYCIA Baumgartner situation. She ran away from that, the petition, instead of running to your granny. Why you didn't go to see granny before for her last days?
So I heard people talking about it yesterday. I don't know much about it. So the grandmother is okay or she's still ill? What's going on there?
From what the cousin's saying, it sounds like she don't have too much time left. Because Sharlita, I believe everything Sharlita's saying. She might put a little sazon on it and exaggerate it a little bit. But for the most part, I believe the stuff she says.
Oh, yeah. No, Sharlita, she's a straight shooter.
She's real. She's real. Yeah. She come a little harsh, but she's real.
Right. No, I agree with you.
And I believe she knows that girl better than that girl know herself.
Well, we're gonna
But I'm
find
gonna
out.
let you take other callers.
All right, no,
I just had to let you know that this is like it's too much. It's too much.
right. Okay.
It's like we watching a train wreck, right? Like we all know what the ending is, but it's like, but we can't stop her from going to you know. Oh boy, it's just too much.
Right. Okay. Well, you know, I appreciate you
Thank
calling.
you so much, Hood.
All right, you take care, all right?
You too.
All right, bye. All right, man, the phone line's open. There was a 334 number who called. I'm not going to call you back. These numbers that if I'm familiar with your number, you know, I'll definitely call you back. But if not, I don't call people back, man. But yeah, that's really unfortunate to see what's going on out there. Now, if it's just makeup, okay, cool. They went out there, they're having fun with makeup, and you know, it is what it is. But for me, when I look at the timing of everything, even if it's just makeup,
Safe call.
it still seems to be the timing of it is what's getting me. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, Hood, it's Blue Jay.
What's up, Blue Jay?
What's going on? So check this out. And I don't want anybody to get offended. If she's still out there in Aruba, right?
Mm-hmm.
She had somebody do her makeup. Now, I'm familiar with people who bleach and everything like that. And bleaching, it don't work overnight like that. But I don't know if you've noticed or other people, some people, and I say some, from the islands or from Africa, their makeup really don't be on point. It kind of be looking ghostly like that. So I think that she had somebody do her makeup there, and that was the finished product. Because I can't believe, I can believe that she didn't pack makeup herself. That's something that she probably didn't even think about, you know what I'm saying? And she forgot it. And she probably wanted to get beat, and then that was the end result. But I would think that she had the right shade of foundation at home. But no, some people in the islands and in Africa and stuff like that, their makeup don't really be hitting like that. It be kind of ghostly like that. So I don't think she's. I mean, I'm just saying some.
Okay, all right.
Some.
Because I know them women from Trinidad, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and everywhere in between. When they get that makeup on and they get nice, boy, it make you want to just gobble them up. They be looking sweet. So, I mean, you may have seen a crocodile. You may have seen one or two crocodiles with all that powder on their chest and shit. You may have seen one like they going to fry fucking fish. But the 98% I see, man, shit. They have your head on a, you know, oscillating. You know what I'm saying? The women be looking nice.
No. I understand, but like I said, some. No,
Okay, all right. I can accept. I get it. Words matter.
But at the end of the day, no. I really just think that she is trying to do anything she can to take her mind off of what's going on right now. She's scared as hell right now. You know, and I feel like she's just overcompensating, going to Aruba and everything like that. That's just something to make herself feel good. Something to get her mind off of everything. And as far as her not being with her granny and everything like that, or with her family, she'll tell you herself. She don't even mess with her family like that. She always used to talk about how they used to use her, and it's okay to say no to family. And I guarantee you that'll be her reason why she's not with the family right now. But everything she's doing right now, she's just trying to take her mind off of what's going on. And what Claressa does is she overcompensates, and that's just what she's going to continue to do. But I had to get offline yesterday because I didn't have the capacity for Claressa's ass yesterday, to be honest with you. It's getting to the point for me. At first it was kind of funny, but now it's just sad as hell because I'm like, this girl's really like, she really crashing out. And I can tell she look like she don't sleep. And I just, yeah, it's too much for her. Like you say, the comments coming. I can see it coming. I can hear the saxophones is getting louder for her ass. I already know the saxophone's getting louder.
All right, well. What else you got? Are you good?
That's it. I'm good.
All right,
But
man.
no, somebody over there did the makeup and they just fucked it up. That's all. I don't think she did it herself. It looked too neat for her to have done it herself. The complexion is all wrong. I see where they were trying to go with it, but no, she didn't do it herself.
Right. Okay. You may be onto something. All right. I appreciate you calling in.
Hey, hit that like button. All right, bye.
All right, bye. All right, Jayda the Boxer, how you doing, man? Glad to see you in the chat. I saw you had I don't know if you liked or you left a comment on the video the other day. But hey, you're welcome to call in, Jayda. I would like to get your opinion, Jayda. I know you're in the chat. Call in, man. 929-839-0679. Is this something that you saw when you and Claressa were friends? Is this normal, Jayda, or is this abnormal when it comes to Claressa Shields? You know what I'm saying? But we don't know. You would know much better than us. So if you feel like calling in, go ahead. You know, I ain't about a bunch of bullshit. But I do want to hear from you. I respect you. I appreciate what you're doing. But I'd like to get your opinion on this because you know better than us. If this is just Claressa exploring, is this a crash out, or is it, like the caller said, she's probably just out there in Aruba and just trying to see the women who have put on the makeup and looks really nice, and she tried it and it didn't work out. So anyway, man, for anyone else, y'all go ahead and call in, man. 929-839-0679, man. Jayda says I'm calling now. Okay.
Unknown caller.
There you go. Let me get you in here. Good. All right. Hello. Hello, you there?
Hello?
Is this Jayda?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing, man? I really appreciate you calling into the show.
I'm sorry, let me get YouTube off. Okay, what did you say?
I said I really appreciate you calling into the show.
No problem. I just really feel like even though a lot happened between us, this is still very sad. Like, it's too much. It's way too much. You know, I went through a lot as far as healing and stuff of what happened between me and Claressa, but this is just really bad on all sides. Like, it's not even about boxing anymore. It's just ridiculous. And I don't know. Just to see, like, just to go back as far as what I know, to go back as far as like 6 years ago, and to see not just me, but her mentor and other people that are well respected. You know, I know it was a judge that used to live next door to her, to constantly tell her then, hey, don't get wrapped up in this stuff, focus on your craft. And then for it to get this far, and it's like everywhere I go, even if I'm off this phone and I go out for a walk, I hear Claressa and Papoose. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, you went from the world really not knowing who you are to now I can't even go down the street and go for a walk without hearing about Claressa. That's how bad it is.
Really? So you're in Ohio, in Flint. Where are you at?
Ohio.
Okay. So even there in Ohio, there's a lot of talks about Claressa Shields.
Yes, like, it's a lot. I'm like, I can't go nowhere without hearing about her, and it's actually really sad. It's just for me to not even, I'm just sitting down grocery shopping. I could go to Whole Foods or something, and then I'll see somebody play a video, or I'll see somebody play someone live. And when you really think about it and you look at all of these people that are commenting on her, making videos, there's thousands of people watching, but it's something different. Like, when you're out and about just grocery shopping or something, and then you see someone watching it from their phone, it's like second an embarrassment in a way. It's really sad.
Yeah, it is. So let me ask you a question in particular about that. Is this something, is this normal behavior? I know you've done some videos. I haven't seen them all. I will catch snippets, but at the end of the day, when what we're seeing, because we don't know, but what you know about Claressa, is this just who she is? Someone who wants the attention? Or do you think it's more Papoose getting involved with her and took her a different direction to where she's not so likable? What is it? Tell us what's really going on.
Even though I don't agree with what Papoose is doing, because Papoose is literally the same age as my father. Like, my father is 48 years old. So even though I don't agree with what he's doing, I can't really blame this on him, because this has been ongoing way before. It's just bigger now. You know, like, when me and Claressa used to be friends and we would train together and stuff, she hates really interacting with people, and I know that about her in every way. She does not like interacting with people, and so she will purposely go to like Walmart, and because she knows she's gonna get the attention, and she knows like, oh my gosh, Claressa, can I get her autograph and all this other stuff? And I would be like, well, what are you doing this for? Like, if you don't like interacting with people, if you know, me, if I really didn't like that, I would, order my groceries off DoorDash or something like that. But she would always do little stuff like that for attention. Now it's just on a bigger scale. Like, it's way bigger now, and it's actually really concerning. But we were telling her back then, like, it looks like you're just doing things for attention.
When you say back then, are you talking about like around the time of the Olympics, or when she first turned pro, or amateur? Could you be specific on how long this has been going on? These conversations?
From what I know, 2012.
Damn.
From what I know, 2012. It's just getting worse now. Everything was basically like, her mentor pulling her to the side, talking to her privately, or other people that she looked up to, even Layla pulling her to the side. Hey, you don't want to do this, trying to give advice, and then she's not listening. So when Layla Ali put out what she put out, that was indeed the truth. I mean, she don't have no reason to lie, but that is indeed the truth, because I was the little behind the scenes person, and I've seen all of that. And I'm like, well, Claressa, all of these people that are speaking to you, they have been here. They have done this way before. Why don't you just listen? That's a blessing. You know how many people would pay money to just hear some type of, wisdom or knowledge or something, and you're just like, oh, I don't need that. I don't got to do that. I'm fine. And then it's like, now to see it get this worse, it's sad. But Claressa's always done this. It's just on a bigger scale now for all eyes to see, online. But she's always been like this, and we've always said it to her. It comes from a place of not getting attention and dealing with abandonment and stuff like that when she was younger. And, I've been through similar things that Claressa has been through as a child. And I had to make a decision whether I was going to heal or not. Because if I didn't, I'm afraid I would end up just like her.
Do you think? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Do you? It sounds, when I'm listening to you, and just me observing, because I'm just an observer, that in my experience with people, some people like to remain in a victim stance. And when I'm listening to you, and it's not just you, I've talked to multiple people who've known her for quite some time, and they say, Hood, what y'all are seeing has always been there. It just now is being amplified because of her position. And they said that she wants to play the victim all the time. And I'm like, well, I don't know much about it, but I can trust what you're telling me. But there's a common thread in the conversation between all y'all who know her that said she likes to remain in a victim stance. Do you think that's what we're seeing here, where she wants to play the victim to get people to feel sorry for her, when really there's nothing to feel sorry about? What we're seeing is really who she is?
Yes, that's true, because there's been a constant conversation with her, and I have seen her like on the phone with certain people, and when they say, hey, it really hurt me when you did this, or it really hurt me when you did this to me, she would try to bring up something from the past that she went through as a crutch to be like, well, this is why I'm the way that I am. But then as the person is saying, oh, I'm so sorry, Claressa, like she's smiling and putting the phone on mute and doing weird stuff like that. And I'm just looking at her like, what's funny? Like, everything is not funny. You're manipulating the person. You're not holding yourself accountable. It's wrong. So you have to think, like, the first time she went to the Olympics, she was about 16 years old. Claressa is now 32. So for y'all, like, y'all been seeing this for about, some people have been seeing this for about 15 years now. That's a long time. So it's like, you can you give grace, you're a kid doing that. That's why I'm just saying 15. Because when you're a child, it's like, okay, kids do that. Kids are like, I take care of children. I have raised a lot of children, and my little years have been on this earth. And children are natural manipulators. Like, most parents, most mothers, they know that. But then it gets to a point when you get older and you're about to become an adult, and then you're a young adult. Now you're 32. It's like, okay, you're not 5 anymore. And that's what I don't like as far as our community. I feel like that's the problem, why all this chaos is happening, with our people, because we allow it. We victimize them. Well, she's been through a lot. And it's like, okay, well, we all have a story. We all been through a lot. She's just in the limelight right now. But it doesn't mean that we're supposed to just stay there and not heal, because then you're going to bleed on people that didn't hurt you. And that's exactly what's been going on.
Mm-hmm. So Jayda, are you still boxing, or you used to box as an amateur? What's your background when it comes to boxing?
So I'm getting back into boxing because my life has changed. I know last year, after I fought in Vegas, I had lost in the quarterfinals. I didn't fight after like 2 years because, to be honest, I wasn't really going to do it anymore. Just to be completely vulnerable, I said this before, but I didn't want to do it anymore because it was so discouraging with just everything I went through with CLARESSA, and not just with that, but her going around still talking about me off camera, going around gym to gym, wherever she trains at, and she's like causing this smear campaign. And it's like everywhere I go, I couldn't train, I couldn't do anything because everyone chose to believe CLARESSA's side. And they're like, oh, that girl just went to use her and all this other stuff, not knowing the truth. So honestly, that was also part of the reason why I started putting the videos out, because to clear my name, like that's not what happened. That's not true. But yes, I'm getting back in a ring again. But as far as like my pro debut, I'm done with amateurs. But
Mm-hmm.
I want to be married to my own spouse and have our daughter. So that's what happened. But yeah, I plan on getting back in the ring. Right now, I went to some gyms today just to see, where I want to train and stuff like that. So that's in the works.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what, man. When I listen to you, I know you're a spiritual person. You're very articulate. And I tell you, I was telling people last night, I was like, for what little bit I've heard, I believe what Jayda says. I believe what Sharlita says. But so when you decided to come out and talk, what was it that really got under your skin to make you say, all right, I know all this stuff about CLARESSA? Because you don't come off as the kind of person who's malicious or nefarious. Something had to really get under your skin, because I'm like, she doesn't strike me as a messy person, to make you come out and say, I got to speak my piece. What specifically was it that was your breaking point?
I feel like dealing with her, so much had been taken away from me. And I just got, to be completely honest, I just got fed up because I feel like everything was being stolen. Like I'm trying to move past this. I'm trying to be the bigger person, even though I really didn't have to, and be forgiving. And that was hard because I didn't want to forgive. But I'm like, look, she could not care for 20 more years, and I could still be bitter and upset. So let me go ahead and start healing. But I felt like everything was being stolen from me because I would go train at the gym, and I'm like, why is everybody looking at me like that? And then the coach pulled me to the side and like, hey, CLARESSA. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what is your obsession with, going around and talking about me? And then I just got really upset with that. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go and speak my piece and, say the truth, because that's not what happened. And I just got really tired of that, to the point I'm like, well, am I going to have to train myself? Because I'm not going to give up, and that's been really hard. Like, even with the tournament that I fought in last year,
Mm-hmm.
I had to train myself. Like, that was sad. Like, I had to train myself. I got the weight down myself. I contacted and worked with different coaches and stuff. But that was really hard. It was really annoying having to go through that all because this person that everybody's choosing to believe, all because she's famous, they choose to believe her, when I'm like, that's not even true. Like, I didn't do anything to her. So it was really just that part. I felt like everything was being taken away from me, and I had invested so much time with her. Like, it takes a lot to deal with someone like CLARESSA, and she's told herself and said that, even when she was giving her flowers to Papu, she's like, it takes a lot to deal with me. And I'm like, well, duh, like, it does take a lot to deal with her. It's like, you really don't get any peace, and then you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, child, you look a mess. Like, you know, you look drained. You look like you haven't gotten any rest. Like, it's so draining.
So what is it about her, from your experience in being friends with her, to make her feel like, you know what, I know it's a lot to deal with me? What is that lot? Can you break that down for us? What is a lot, as far as how Claressa may explain it, as far as someone dealing with her? Because we wonder all the time, what is Papoose and her man, they talking about having kids and everything else. We have an opinion on that, but what exactly does she mean by that?
You never know what you're gonna get. Like, one moment we could be happy. We could have, like, I remember this, the perfect thing to bring up. Like, Flint had this big event for Juneteenth. It was like their first time, I think, doing Juneteenth, and we had so much fun. It was a beautiful turnout. And then we get in a car, and Claressa just starts snapping, and I'm like, what are you snapping about? Like, I'm so confused right now. Like, what is all the snapping about? We just had a good time. Like, you spoke. They allowed you to speak before the whole event started. And, like, where is this coming from? You know, like, it would be moments like that, or we'll have a good day at church. And then we get to the house, and she starts snapping. She starts going off. And I'm like, what in the world?
From church? She would come home and be angry?
Yes. Like, yeah, that church, I'm not going to talk about that, but... Well, I don't care. It's just like that church we would go to, they would always idolize her a lot. Like, the pastor would spend about 20 minutes talking about how no one should be jealous of Claressa every Sunday. Like, literally every Sunday he would bring it up, and I'm like, okay, like, is he being subliminal? Like, what is going on? Like, I don't know. Did she tell him something? You know, I'm not sure, but she would do that. We would just have a good time. We could just have a good practice. Like, everybody's fine. And then it's like, she starts snapping. She starts going off. And it'll be over something little, but that's how, like, some of us knew, no, it's something she don't want to bring up because it's going to, you know, expose how she really felt about me. And at that time, to be honest, I was very oblivious. I was just like, oh, this is my friend. Like, because I know what I was doing. I know that I was a real friend of her and stuff. So I'm like, okay, like, I don't know, maybe she's having a bad day, but it didn't make sense. And, you know, one of her cousins that's close to her, that is not on the internet, but, you know, her cousin do love her. She just came up to me and said, sometimes people don't like how other people love you. And I didn't understand what she was saying. I didn't even know she was trying to speak in code at the time, but then I realized it towards the end when everything got really bad. So
that's interesting what you said about being in church. You guys going there on a Sunday, and all of a sudden the preacher starts talking about no one should be jealous of Claressa. Like, y'all are adults at this point. To me, once you turn 18, you're an adult. You can pick up when someone is trying to say something without saying it and be indirect about it, and you're like, is that shit apply? Are they trying to apply that to me or someone in here? So was that normal? Because now there's this talk about her having this affiliation with the mayor and tax issues and stuff like that. So has she always been favored? Because that's the word somebody called in and used and said, Claressa has always been favored from being on the Olympic team. Now you're talking about with the church, and then somebody, we know now there's something going on with some taxes and the mayor. I mean, has that always been, and is that because of her boxing, or are there other reasons why she may have been favored?
Yeah, it's other reasons why. I know, like, when everything happened, when she tried to get her friends to jump me, I was fussing and I was cussing at the police because I was like, y'all just gonna take her side, like everybody else take her side. And they was like, we know about that, but trust and believe, you don't ever have to worry about this police station ever taking her side or doing any favors for anything. Like, and that I believe that one police officer, because he used to come to the house, to Claressa's house, all the time. Like, every week they would break out into a fight. And I'm like, why do you keep inviting them over? We all know y'all are gonna fight, like physically fight and cuss and fuss. Like,
who was physically fighting?
I'm sorry?
Who was physically fighting?
Like, her and her sister. She has a couple of sisters. It's not just Bree.
Oh, really?
But it was her older sisters, and then she has another sister that goes both ways, you know. But yeah, it would be them all the time. Bree wasn't really there over there as much. She would, you know, party a lot and stuff, but yeah, it would be the same stuff.
But they would be fighting each other or street fighting other people?
No, each other.
Oh,
they
really?
would fight each other, and the judge stayed right beside Claressa, like to the left of her, stayed right beside her. So, you know, that wasn't going down. Being that was also a nice neighborhood, I mean, nobody wants to hear that. So they called the police all the time. They're like, "Oh, that's Claressa." Like, that's embarrassing, you know. But they made sure to say, "Hey, we know what goes on." I know I almost even got in trouble. I almost got locked up because the security guard that came out and, you know, tried to break us up, not her, because Claressa ran away, but her friends, her other friends that were trying to put hands on me, I started punching the security guard because I didn't even know he was the security guard at the time. You know, I'm from Virginia, so in Virginia, when you see someone that's actually a security guard, they have a real uniform on. It's a military state, so they have a real uniform on. But he just had a polo, a New York hat, and some jean shorts and a badge around his neck. So I didn't even know, you know. And I told him, I said, "Well, I didn't know. I didn't know you were a security guard for the Red Roof. I thought she could have she left the club and she was intoxicated." And I said, "Claressa could just tell one of the security guards from the club, 'Hey, come with me real quick.' And they would do it. You know, they will do it." So I had to explain that to him. And, you know, when the police backed me up with the security as well, he didn't know. He was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." And even he knew. He was just like, "Yeah, I've heard that. I just didn't know it was true, so I'm not gonna believe nothing that's, you know, that I don't know." But yeah, she's favored because of the things she do with her body. That's why she's favored by certain people, because of the stuff that she does. You know, like, hey, if somebody sees something works since they were a teenager, you know, with their own coach and stuff like that, I mean, they're going to try it in every other way. And I don't have no reason to lie. So that was a lot. That was something that scorned me. I'm just glad I got through it, you know. But no, nobody's making up lies or anything like that, because she does do that. You know, there's really no dignity.
Man, I don't even want to open that one up, man. That can of worms where you talked about her and her body, because, you know, I try to watch what I say although I do my little content and make my jokes, it's still talking about women. But I've heard people kind of talk about that and say that there's been a lot of things that have happened where she may have some unprofessional, inappropriate situations. Now, let me ask you this: y'all were younger. Was it that? Because I know me as an older, even in my 30s, if you talk to a young lady who's 18, 19, you can run circles around them. Was that just a situation where she was just young, vulnerable, looking for love and attention, and had older guys taking advantage, or was it she knew what she was doing? There's a difference, man, because I know guys how we can be. You know, we can really take advantage of females if they allow us.
Yeah, I really do feel like it was to be fair, I do feel like it was a case where she got taken advantage of as far as her emotions, because, like, for an example, when she was at the Olympic Training Center, she would tell her teammates, like, "I'm going to F our coach. I'm going to get him." Like, she would say, "I'm going to get him. Like, I want him. I'm going to get him," at 16. And I will say he was definitely wrong for that, because he was pushing 40. But you know, it's like she did fall into that trap. I mean, this coach literally promised that he would marry her and everything. And so, like I said, despite that what happened between me and her, I do feel bad for her as far as that. But then when you also have a whole network of therapists and other people coming to you and saying, "Hey, this is like a Stockholm syndrome, and, you know, this man was grooming you, and you didn't want to believe it, and you chose not to listen, and you still, you know, mess with him from time to time," then that's just, you don't really know what to do with a person that don't want to listen or just don't want to accept the truth and just, you know, live in denial. But I will be fair and say, like, you know, I felt bad for her around that time, you know, when he did what he did, you know, just playing off of her emotions and stuff. But yeah, it just gets to a point when you get older and you're just like, okay, yes, that was wrong. I'm upset with him, but I mean, she don't care, you know. And I even tried to talk to her and let her know that, hey, do you not know how dangerous this is? Because you're not the only one he has done this to. There's other women I've spoken to, and they have been hurt by this coach. So do you not know? Do you not see the type of monster this man is?
So there's more. There's more than just Claressa.
Yes, there's definitely more. I know this coach also, he has one child, and it's by one of his fighters. And everybody in Virginia, like that knows about him and boxing, they know that. They definitely know that. It's been complained to the LBC. It's called LBC 12 for us in Virginia, the local boxing committee. It's been complained. Nobody wants to do anything. They're like, well, he's been doing it, just like the other coach, Otha Jones from Toledo, Ohio, is like, well, he's been doing it. And it's like, it took for little old me to make a video and say something on TikTok. You know, it got millions of views, but that's not the focus. The focus is like, we put in a lot of work. It was some parents back in Toledo that they finally got over 25 victims to file a police report. Like, we put in a lot of work. I don't do the stuff to get attention. I want something done because I have been hearing about him doing stuff since before I even started boxing. And I'm like, well, why isn't anybody doing anything? Like, I don't think that's right, you know? So it's a lot. It goes deeper than what it is. It gets dark real fast. And that's another reason why I didn't want to box anymore, because I'm like, well, is this even about boxing anymore? Like, It's so much you have to watch out for, and you know, it's a lot. But hey, it's still a part of the entertainment industry. Boxing is, you know. So I just, instead of trying to run away from it and basically being a coward, I'm like, well, let me just face it. Because even when I wanted to hide, and I deleted all my social media around that time, I couldn't get away from it. Everybody was like, Jayda, people hear you, you know, like they heard you at the local boxing committee talking about this coach. And I said, they don't want to listen to me. They call me crazy, and they try to threaten me and stuff. That never scared me. But, you know, I had been saying something without the phone, without the platform, without social media. And sometimes it gets really tiring and you just feel defeated. And you're like, I don't want to say nothing else because don't nobody know me, you know? Don't nobody know me. They think I'm just a girl trying to spread rumors, and until people started coming out. So yeah, it's way more girls than just CLARESSA, and she knows how deep and dark this is, because those same girls have came to her at the Olympic Training Center and cried, and she just ignored. So it's way deeper than what it is.
Has anybody reached out to you? Because my thing is, you know, I've seen some people say, I don't know about Jayda the boxer, and I'm not sure if she's being truthful. But my thing is, if you're still out here and you've been pretty consistent with what you're saying, that tells me that if no one's reached out to you, you're probably speaking the truth. Has anyone reached out to you to try to discourage you from coming out here and talking about these things?
I mean, only CLARESSA, like, she tried to call my dad and threatened to send a cease and desist. And I said, you can send 5 of them if you want to. Like, it's not going to stop me from saying what I'm saying. I'm not lying. And it wasn't even about that. That's the crazy part. She wanted me to stop talking because of, you know, my experience with her. And I said, okay, so if I'm lying, if I can get Officer Pulley to come into court and show what was on that handheld device, would I be lying then? Right. Because it was recorded and they showed me. The police, you know, I didn't even know that at the Red Roof they had hidden cameras. I didn't know because it's the Red Roof. But yeah, he showed me on like this handheld device, like police officers, they have it up there, you know. So I was like, so who's really lying? Because you think I'm just going to make up an officer name? Like, they have paper trail on everything, you know, even him coming to your house every week, basically, you know, for 4.5 months that we were training together, always had to come to the house to stop you and your family members from fighting. So they have paper trail of that, and they also have paper trail of him talking to me, because he's like, look, you're the only one I can talk to, because you're calm. I don't know how you're that calm, and you the only one that got some sense around here. So every single time you try to talk to her, she want to keep fussing. She want to try to reach, for her sisters and stuff. Only until somebody got in between them. I don't know what it is about that, and then you want to act like you're all big and tough when somebody get between y'all. But it's just like, it's paper trail on everything. What do I have to lie for? So I didn't even want to deal with this. If I would have known it would have been all of that, I would have been like, oh no, I can't be cool with you. I can't do it.
So it sounds to me like you're not out here chasing attention. You're just talking, and I don't think you anticipated just your conversations and videos going viral the way they did.
No, because I'm used to people, not listening to me. I'm used to people saying I'm lying and stuff like that until the truth comes out. Honestly, I just wanted my little life to myself and do a little homesteading and stuff like that. And I didn't want to be bothered. And that was the whole reason why I had deleted all my social media. I just had Instagram and Facebook for that time, but that was the reason why. Like, a lot of people are like, you're not on Facebook no more, you're not on Instagram, we need you to keep talking about the coaches. I'm like, nobody's gonna listen to me, there's no point. I wanted to just be in my little house somewhere, tending to my little farm animals or something. I didn't want to be bothered with this mess. But with me putting out those videos and seeing it's a woman named Queen Isis, the Big One Smith, on Facebook. Okay. She shared one of my videos last year. It was around February 14th, 2025. And hundreds of people were sharing it on Facebook. You can literally click on her shares and see everybody putting a little piece of their story of these coaches. Like, his name's Otha, and they're like, oh yeah, 20 years ago he was doing this and nobody said anything, or 20 years ago he did this and we don't know what happened to one of the girls that spoke out. Like, it is so dark. It makes you not even want to. Like, I love boxing because I love the art of boxing. Like, and I feel like that's something that's being ignored and missed. Like, where is the focus for the art of the sport? I have so much respect and discipline just for the art of the sport. Not the drama that comes with it, like, not the stuff that comes with it, but honestly, you can't really get away from it because this sport is so corrupted. Like, it gives you the biggest headache. You're like, you know what? It's not even worth it. I'm good. You can call me what you want, but I love a good, simple life. I love working a cute little 9-to-5 that take care of what I need to take care of. And just, I'm cool with just being a wife and a mother. I don't really care about all that other stuff. And that's what I wanted. But when you're constantly having people message you and trying to get in contact with you, like, girls were they found out what gym I trained at. And they would tell my dad, like, oh, I want some sparring with Jayda. And I'm like, she's all the way from freaking Oklahoma. Like, why would she want to come all the way to Virginia just to spar me? It would be girls coming from out of town to come spar me just to have a conversation with me. Like, this coach is touching me. This coach, he want me to come to the training camp, but I don't have a good feeling about it. It's like I could never get away, from it. Even when I was like, you know what, Dad? I'm going to just go to the gym with you, and I'm going to just work out, and I'm going to help you coach the kids. And I just wanted to work my little Walmart job, just a little simple, a little simple life, and just get back to my community, in that way. But then when you have girls hitting up my dad, hitting up, the other owner of the gym, like, I want to come spar Jayda, just to have a conversation, really not even to spar me, just to have a conversation, that's crazy, that's wild. It's like, I just couldn't get away from it. So that was the whole reason as well why I just decided to make a page, make a YouTube page, even though I didn't want to, but it has helped a lot of people. It has, and it's just been really emotional, especially last year when all those victims came out and they filed a police report. Also, the Toledo Police Department drove 2 hours to me, because I was in Euclid. So they drove 2 hours to me to talk to me and everything. Like, we talked for about an hour and a half. They were just recording everything on one of their phones and stuff. So it's like pretty serious. And I wouldn't lie over something like that. Like that's crazy. This has been a lot on me, but you know, I know a lot of people are like, Jayda, be careful. One thing I know about me, God do not play about me. You will drop right on the spot. I've seen it happen. So that's the last thing, you know, that I'm worried about. I am not just no church going Christian. I have a strong prayer life. So I'm not worried about none of that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely covered by the blood. So
yeah, no, I listened to you talk, and you're very spiritual. I got actually a couple questions for you. Well, first, so it sounds like you feel like she was favored. She had connections with the church, with the pastor. The judge lived right by her family. Police were always there and knew her. She had security guards looking out for her, and she just ended up where she was kind of favored by some of the coaches as well, and some unfortunate stuff happened. But there was something else that she said, and I have a question. Why do you think so many people were comfortable talking to you, reaching out to you? And did anybody ever try you to become intimate with you when you were younger?
I feel like a lot of people are comfortable in talking to me because I really don't care what anybody feel or think about me. I've always known to be very bold. But I used to be bold for the wrong reasons. Now I'm bold for the right reasons. So also, like, it's some people back at home that know my past and stuff, and they will know, like, you know, I'm not proud of it, but I'll be quick to yoke you up. Like, I will hop over the desk, like, what did you say? Again, bold for the wrong reasons. But now that, you know, I'm bold for the right reasons and I'm mature, like, I understand, like, why people are comfortable talking to me. And yes, I have dealt with that. I have dealt with people trying to be, you know, touchy and intimate with me when I was younger. And I've dealt with coaches as well, trying to press up, like, not just Otha either, but, you know, my dad, it got real ugly, you know, a couple of times with this one coach just wouldn't leave me alone. It happens a lot. It's very common in the sport. Like, people don't know, but it's very common for coaches to do that. They do that because they want someone to be able to control, and, you know, they want someone as a cash cow. They see you're really good. They see you're truly really good at the sport of boxing. The first thing they're thinking of, well, let me groom her. Let me get her under my control. She makes it, I can marry her and then benefit off of that. Like, we've seen it a couple of times already. Even before I was born, my dad, he let me know, like, all right, I'm going to let you know. Like, if any coach, tell me, because he's seen it too. Like, my dad used to box. So he's seen it too. So yes, I've had that problem with two other coaches back from home, from Virginia, that, you know, tried to basically get close to me and telling me, let them know when I turn 18. And some of them didn't even care. They like, I don't care. You know, she old enough. She get her menstrual, all this other stuff. It was just really wild. So yeah, I've had to deal with that.
That is crazy, man. Do you know ALYCIA Baumgartner? Have you ever met her?
Yeah, ALYCIA, she's actually one of the first ones that reached out to me around that time before anybody even knew her. She was just starting to really, you know, fight consistently with professional boxing. She was one of the first ones that hit me up on Instagram and was just like, first of all, are you okay? Are you all right? Like, she introduced herself. She's like, I'm ALYCIA Baumgartner, and she told me a little bit about herself. Then she asked if I was okay. And I didn't know who she was or anything around that time. I just knew, like, oh, another female boxer, you know. But I really appreciate that. And from time to time, you know, I hit her up. You know, I pray for her, stuff like that. Like, we talk from time to time just with that. But, yeah, she was actually one of the first to message me when nobody else cared, when everybody called me a liar. She was like one of the few. It was probably about a good 6 people that hit me up, and she was one of them that actually believed me. So, yeah.
What do you think? Before I get to that, did Claressa? Do you know, when you and Claressa were talking, was she talking about ALYCIA back then? Like, there may have been some jealousy, or no? What you're seeing happen now is something that's new. or was that kind of jealousy always there?
Oh no,
Or
that
dislike.
jealousy
Maybe
was
it's not jealousy, maybe it's just dislike.
no, that was always there. I remember
But why? Why?
she feels like dark skinned women are not beautiful. That's why she acts like that, because she feels like she's really not beautiful. So she's always had a problem with light skinned women, mixed women. Like, she's always had a problem with that. I remember at her ex fiance gym, he has his own gym. We would train there. It was one girl. She would meal prep for everyone, and you know, you would pay her. She would tell you what she had on the menu and stuff, and she would meal prep and bring it. And she was so beautiful, and it had nothing to do with her complexion. It's just she was very beautiful, and she was like, "I'm selling shirts," and I said, "Oh, let me buy one. Like, I like that. Like, I like how it crosses in the back. Like, let me get one of them shirts." And Clarissa was so supportive of her. She was like, "Oh yeah, give me every color," all that, like, just being over dramatic. But then when we would get in a car and go to the house, or go to Smoothie King first and then go to the house, so I cannot stand that. I'm like, she didn't do nothing to you. Like, what is going on? I said, what happened? And at first it started off her just getting quiet and pausing. And I'm like, did I miss something? Because even when I'm in the bathroom, like when you're in the bathroom in that gym, you can still hear what's going on. And I said, I don't remember hearing a fight or an argument or anything like that. So what happened? And she would always get quiet. And then it made sense, you know, because that same woman came to the gym, and instead of having her hair straight, she had her natural curls. I can just tell she took a shower and stuff. And Clarissa just got so upset, and, you know, Tony was just like, what is going on? Like, did I miss something? And then it clicked, and I was like, I went to the car, and I was like, you need to get it together, because you focused on this woman that's not even, she looks up to you. Like, she's inspired by you. And if she was to find out that you're upset because you have a jealous issue off of the simple fact that she is mixed, like, that would really hurt her feelings, because she really looks up to you. Like, what is wrong with you? And of course, with Clarissa, like, don't talk to me like that. You know who I am. I'm like, I don't care. I knew you was the little girl from Flint that nobody was really paying attention to. So I really don't care about any of that. But, like, this woman looks up to you, and she's not paying you no mind. She's not flirting with Tony. You know when another woman really wants your man. That was not that woman at all. She was focused about her and her daughter and stuff. So, you know, that's always been a problem. Like, it's always been this light skins this, light skins that. And I'm like, look, I can't be around that, because I don't like colorism. I don't like racism. Right. I don't like any of that. Like, go heal, you know? And so we've got into it a couple of times, because I'm your friend, I'm not a yes man. Like, get it together. You're going to ruin opportunities like that if you don't stop. I told her that years ago, you know, even when we were teenagers and stuff, like, cut it out. You know, even with her problem with Marlon Esparza, a lot of people knew she had a problem with Marlon Esparza. Marlon Esparza fought at 112 flyweight division in the Olympics for 2012. And she was like, see, it's always the mixed girls. They get all the endorsements. She got Coca-Cola. She had McDonald's backing her and didn't even win. And I'm like, okay, well, so, you know, she didn't win. She just got bronze or whatever. Who cares? At least she represented. It is what it is. You know, at least we can say she was on that poster that I used to have on my wall to represent the women's Olympic team, because that was the first year that they allowed women to box. So I'm like, Clarissa, just cut it out, bro. And, you know, Marlon, even though she's tiny, we both tiny. You know, we both really tiny, but she don't play. You're not just about to say anything to her and think she's not going to say something back. So it was a problem between those two. A lot of people know about that, like, especially around that time. You know, it was a problem around those two, because she really didn't like her, because Marlon is Mexican, you know. So she's in that category of the light skin stuff and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, this has been going on for a long time. That was 2012. So
that's crazy. So I'm going to ask you another question, man. And I just want to tell you, I appreciate you, you know, hanging out here on the channel, man, because I was going to talk about, of course, Clarissa and all the makeup, and then also I was going to talk about Amanda Serrano and Dubois and AB. But you call in, so you know you got to get the red carpet treatment. So this thing about colorism and whether a woman's light skin or has a mixed race or has curly hair, that's always been an issue, is what it sounds like. So let me ask you another question. Back when Clarissa didn't have the $8 million, $3 million signing bonus that she brags about, did she feel uncomfortable around people where she felt had a better financial status than her? Did she have a bit of a complex, and could that be why she's out here now, creating chaos and destruction because she's got money and she's more like wants to laugh at the people underneath her because at one point in time she didn't have that and it made her feel a kind of way?
Clarissa has always, like, even way before all of this happened, she's always tried to prove what she had. I mean, she would literally go to her bank and pull out a bunch of money in cash and put it in her little Chanel bag and walk around with it just to feel better about herself. And I'm like, okay, Clarissa, like, what is the point of you doing this? Even the bank teller would be like, are you sure? Like, are you sure you want to pull out this much, in cash? Just to say she got it in her bag, I've spoke about this before, but a lot of people looked over it. Around that time in 2020, when we were out and about and stuff, she gets invited to a couple of things, of course. But this guy, he just graduated, and I felt so bad for him. He just graduated, and he was like, I'm about to join the military because, I just don't want any room for anything bad to happen. And he was so starstruck to see Clarissa. And he was like, can I get your autograph? And she was like, you got $50? And I'm like, what? And everybody's just confused or they're laughing. She was like, I'm not joking. Do you got $50? And he was like, yeah, I don't got it, Clarissa. Like, I'm about to start my job. And she cut him off and was like, well, give me 50 push-ups.
What?
And then I'll give you an autograph. I felt so bad. Like, my eyes started tearing up because I can feel the embarrassment and the humiliation he felt. And I went through that. I went through always being embarrassed and humiliated growing up. So I know how that feels. And I just felt so bad for him. But he did it. He did the 50 push-ups. He was like trying to play it off. He was like, well, I'm about to join the military. So this is the real test. Like, he's trying to laugh and play it off. But other people around him is like, no. Like, well, what is this about? He did the push-ups and she signed it all angry and was like, here, get out my face. And I'm like, what is your problem? Like, what is going on? Why are you making everything about money, for one? And do you not see, like, he was really excited to see you. He was really excited to meet you. He didn't even know he was going to meet you tonight. And you just killed his confidence. Probably the little bit of confidence. Maybe that night he needed to see someone that's like, oh man, like someone finally made it from our city. And then you just talking about, I need 50 push-ups. Like,
yeah. So she has a little mean streak in her. So when we hear that story about what happened out there at the Christmas toy giveaway where she turned that family away with those little kids, that didn't surprise you?
I didn't even know about that until the other day. Somebody commented that under one of my videos, and I was like, I don't know anything about that, but if that's true, that's that. So now I'm seeing, I guess it's true because this is the second time I'm hearing about it, but I didn't know that. I had no clue. That's sad.
Yeah, that was a big talking point over here. I think in December. Yeah, we were talking about it, and that blew my mind. Of course, her and the woman. There may have been something in the past where she had sent, I guess, her ex-boyfriend, I guess his name was Tony, a text, but they may have just been friends, nothing serious. I don't know all the specifics, but Clarissa seemed to have had an issue with that, and her and Clarissa had talked. I think she said if she sees her, she'd spit on her. Something. Anyway, they were going back and forth. The lady said that to Clarissa. So they show up at the toy giveaway, and Clarissa's like, basically, hey, nope, y'all can't come in here. And she had the kids. And a lot of us understood Clarissa towards the woman, like, nah, we ain't cool. You ain't coming here. But with the kids, we were like, at least give them something. But when I listened to you share that about a fan, and she's like, give me $50. No, give me 50 push-ups. That I don't like hearing that. That rubs me a kind of way, but it makes me think all this stuff we're seeing with her being aggressive, and just the stuff we hear about her doing. It's like, oh, it all kind of ties together. This is nothing new, obviously.
Yeah, it's really sad. I don't get the obsession with the money and stuff, though. I mean, everything is not about money. Sometimes people they need to meet you. They just need to talk to you. They need some type of encouragement. I know this has happened to me. A lot of people, they know about this rapper, but dang, I don't know. I was just about to. Now I don't know. I forgot. Oh, Black Youngster. I was so depressed one day. Like, this was 2021. I was so depressed, and this lady I always call Ma. She was like, "You need to get out the house, Jayda." And because it was still stuff going on around that time with CLARESSA, calling from fake numbers, text now numbers, just doing too much, making fake pages and all of that on Instagram. And so I was just so depressed. I felt like I was like, maybe I'm just a failure. Like, I was so down on myself. And she's like, you need to get out the house. So I finally got out the house, and we went to this restaurant called Aberdeen Barn. And I saw the back of Black Youngster. That's what he go by. And I was like, no, that's not him. And I said it out loud, but I didn't mean to. And the security guard was like, his security guard, which I didn't know at first, was like, oh, no, that's him. And I was like, that's really Black Youngster? He's like, yeah. And I don't even listen to his music or anything. I was just surprised to see him, because I'm like, what are you doing in Virginia? But when he came out, I introduced myself to him, and he has a lot of people fooled, because the way he acts online, and stuff, he does not act like that when you meet him in person. He sounds very intelligent. I feel like a lot of rappers do that for an act, but he sounds very intelligent, and he articulates his words very well. And he gave me a hug. I didn't even ask for a hug or anything. I just wanted a picture with him, but I gave him he gave me a hug. He told me to pull up one of my fights and hung out with me for a little bit. And, I didn't even tell him what I was going through, but he was just like, keep your head up and keep going. And that really made my day. So simple stuff like that, that's all it takes. And he was probably going through some stuff, personally with him that nobody really knows about. But that I needed that day. And sometimes that's all people need. They need some encouragement. They need to see, like, no, it can be possible for me. And just for her to tell that guy, like, 50 push-ups it's just sad.
Yeah, that's crazy. So when it comes to Claressa, and I know we talking, but were you with her when she was dating Tony and then started to date Papoose?
I was with her when she was dating LJ, cheated on him for Tony, and started dating Tony.
And started dating Papoose. So LJ to Tony to Papoose.
Yeah, it was LJ, Tony, Papoose. I didn't know nothing about Pap, though. I didn't know anything about him around that time.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely saw everything, of how she handled the situation with LJ, and decided to cheat and manipulate and say everything was his fault just to bring Tony in the house. Like, he didn't move in, but the stuff started happening real fast, with the two of them. And I'm like, this feels wrong. Like, LJ was just here. You lied and made up some stuff to basically push him out. And, this is wrong. Like, I don't understand. So it's not surprising. Even now, she's doing it again. Like, Cap is not showing her the attention she wants. So she is trying to spin the block.
With who?
He goes by, he's from Detroit. Ain't gonna say he's from Detroit. Everybody know him in Detroit. But he's from Detroit, and he's really great for his community. But he goes by Bake. And he's actually in Sweet Mom for Life videos. He's the dark-skinned man with the shades and stuff. But he's a sweetheart. He's very down-to-earth for his community, and they know that. A lot of people know that. They backed him in Detroit for a reason, just because of how much he gives back to his community. I know he was in the same gym with ALYCIA for the longest time. I don't know now, but she's trying to spin the block with him. And I'm like, absolutely not. Leave him alone, because
Did you say Tony?
No, it wasn't Tony. He goes by Bake.
Oh, Big. So,
Yeah.
so this is someone she knew before, or they've just been friends, or they had a relationship before?
Yeah, they had a relationship. It was a situationship.
Okay.
Like, he didn't know, but she had left Tony temporarily, and she was with Bake, and they actually walked the red carpet and stuff together. So that's not a secret. Like, a couple of people know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
But you know, when Tony reached back out or something like that, she decided to break Bake heart and go back to Tony. So she did him dirty. She did Bake really dirty. So yeah, she's always trying to spin the block, and now she's upset because he's like, no, I'm okay. I'm good. You know, I'm focused on my sons, on my business. You know, I'm good.
How do you know that she's with Papoose, but at the same time she's looking for attention because obviously she feels, according to you, that she's not getting it from Papoose, that she's going back to this guy. How did you get wind of that?
Oh, I've known Claressa for a long time, and I know her pattern. So to backtrack, she was doing this when we first really became friends, and she was with a guy named Rail, and he used to box and stuff. And it was a lot going on with their relationship, but when he wasn't showing her the attention, Claressa would go to somebody else. You know, she'll mess with someone else. You know, and then she'll come back to Rail, and then her and Rail was over. So then she'll go back. She'll go with LJ, and then her and LJ. First of all, LJ was the type of man of just like, you're not going to control him. That's a real man. That's a real grown man. You know, he's very respectful though. He's not going to raise his voice. He's not going to do all of that. And so I can't say, like, when you are with the real man, ain't them playing games. Ain't no I'ma cause a scene and run out the house and all that other stuff just to, you know, manipulate. Be like, okay, well, we'll talk when you get it together, you know. So that didn't work out, and when she started seeing that she wasn't getting the attention she wanted from him, then she decided to move on and cheat to be with Tony. So, like, I've seen her do this, or if the relationship is not going how she wants it to go, she's always going to bring up, oh, well, maybe I should get a girlfriend. Well, maybe I should, you know, maybe we should do a 3-way or all this other stuff. I've seen Claressa do this a couple of times. That's why even in our friendship, I've had to pull back a couple of times. I should have pulled back way early on, but I was trying to be patient. And I was like, well, she don't really have anybody. I felt bad for her. You know, I was like, she don't really have anyone. So I just, it's a lot. She does this a lot. It is definitely not new for the ones that really are close to her and know her, because she does this a lot.
That is crazy because, you know, I watch her and Papoose, they're always together, man. And, you know, we're out here thinking, well, there's a lot of opinions, but I say, well, they're always together, even though I don't know if it's going to last forever and shit, but it just seemed like they're always together. But when I hear you say that, so you do know for a fact that she was reaching out to the ex and he just shot all that down, that got back to you?
I do. I know for a fact. Also, I have seen videos and heard voice memos of her. Like, that is so weird. The same day she was supporting ALYCIA, she came to her fight, and then later on, she's like, when I leave, you leave with me. Like, I don't care about that girl, all that other stuff. I'm like, what in the world? You were just at her fight, like, supporting her. What is going on? Like, I've seen all of that. Like, I know for a fact. You know, he is just confirming what I already knew, because I've seen her do this before. You know, I've even told her, I'm like, so why go and support someone that you low-key don't like? That's a mental illness, Claressa. Like, what is going on? If you don't like the person, but they did nothing to you, which I don't understand that either, why even show up? Why even act like you're supporting them? Why wear their t-shirt? Why do all of that? That doesn't make any sense to me. So we done got into it a couple of times because, like, once again, I'm not no yes man, and I've had to deal with it. You know, I've had to deal with her bringing her yes men group, is what I call them, over to the house so they can sit on the couch together and gossip. And I'm upstairs, and you know, she want to throw shots and stuff, and I'm like, okay, do whatever you need to do that make you feel better, honey. I don't care.
Right. Let me ask you a question, Jada. And again, if you got to jump off, I'd understand. But I'm telling you, I'll keep you on here because I slept earlier in the afternoon because I went to bed at like 3. My sons woke me up at 6:30. Then I went, took them fishing, came back, did yard work, slept for a couple hours. I got coffee in my ass, so I ain't going nowhere. So if you here hanging out, we're going to keep giving you the red carpet treatment. I got to ask you this. And first, I want to tell you I respect you. I'm enjoying speaking with you. This is an honor. What the hell is Claressa's issue with Layla Ali? Were you seeing, or was she talking, saying things about Layla Ali back then to make you feel like this girl got an obsession with this woman? Or is that just something that Papoose manufactured, or that was going on before Papoose? What's the deal there? Because that's what got me talking about Claressa so much. And she still mentions her name. Were there any signs back then that she was obsessed with Layla?
You know, it's crazy because I didn't even see it because I always would shut it down so quick. But no, she was bringing up Layla a couple of times when we were trained. The first time I went to Claressa's house and stayed with her, and we were training together because initially she wanted me to live with her for a couple of months because she was very depressed and she had gained a lot of weight, and she saw that I was going through depression too, but I was still training every day, still eating right and everything like that. So that was initially the reason why she wanted me to come and help her, even though I didn't know I was being used. But she had tried to bring up, I said, why do you keep bringing up Layla? Like, do y'all not talk anymore? Like, did she do something to you? And if you realize the pattern thus far, every single time she has a problem with someone, what do I ask her? Did they do something to you? Like, no, I need to hear, like, they did something to you. Did she do something to you? Did she talk about you? And then she would get quiet, or she'll get an attitude. And I'm like, I'm just not understanding why bring her up. Like, last time I checked, she was helping you out. She was helping you out. She was giving you tips. And I said, your problem is you hard-headed. You think you know everything. She's already done all she needed to do. She's already fulfilled with this. She don't have a point to prove. So why show any hate towards a legend, like someone that has beat the odds, gave us the blueprint, you know? Because like I said in my video, I feel like Layla Ali is the blueprint. She showed that you don't let boxing retire you. You retire when you want to retire. You can still look classy. You can look dainty. You can look like a lady. You can still have a family. You can do what you want to do after. Like, you can capitalize off of, you know, having a career with this. So I'm just like, what's the problem? I always got quiet. Even at that time, I never met Sharlita before. I've never met her at all, but she brought up Sharlita twice, and I shut that down too because I'm like, well, if the person is not here to defend themselves, I don't want to hear nothing. Your family's already crazy. So I really don't want to hear anything because every week is something. You keep inviting them over. You keep going over there, and you want me to go with you for what? To fight again? Like, so yes, that was happening, and I finally was able to put a face to a name as far as with Sharlita. Because I'm like, oh, this is Sharlita, because she was talking about the baby situation. I still don't know what that was about. Because my ears went mute. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, look, that sounds very complicated. I don't know what that's about. I don't know who Sharlita is. I don't know who she is. And I really don't want to hear that because she's not here to defend herself. And you do be lying. So I don't know. I really don't know. But yes, this was happening way before that. It was happening around that time. But, you know, people like that don't like strict people. I guess, I don't know. Maybe I can call myself strict. I don't know. But she don't like that. Because I don't want to hear that. You know, I know how Claressa is. So I'm just like, well, why are you not telling me? What did you do? What did you say? Because you have a mouth. So what did you say to Mrs. Ali, Mrs. Layla? What did you say to her? Because She carries herself very well. And, you know, you can tell she could go there, but she has a lot of self-control. So what did you say to her?
Mm-hmm.
And again, no words. You know, even I don't like him because of what he do. But the coach that, you know, she was messing around with, he would be like, stop talking about that lady. Like, and he used to back Claressa up with anything she would do. But then when it came to Layla, I feel like that's why she also got mad at that coach and probably stopped fooling around with him because he started defending Layla. So
so the coach, her coach was defending Layla Ali.
Yeah,
Claressa didn't like that.
specifically Kay, because I know Jason was her coach, but Jason is not like that. He ain't never do nothing to her. You know, it was the Olympic one. It was Kay Koroma. You know, he was defending Layla Ali. He was like, why are you talking about her? Like, what is going on? Like, I introduced you. Like, what is going on? I got y'all together. You know, so why are you talking about her?
That's crazy.
It's been a problem. And it's crazy. I didn't see the obsession. I guess because I'm always, especially around that time, not really now, but I was always like on mama mode with her because I was just I fell into the abuse of the narcissistic abuse because I learned to accept that as a child. You know, we built that at home. It's kind of like you learn to accept it in every other area of your life. And I just didn't know that was going on with me at that time. So I was just trying to be there for her because I'm like, well, how is it that you have all these so-called friends that live 10 to 15 minutes away from you, but you got to get little old 411 Jayda from Norfolk, Virginia to come and stay here for a couple of months to just be there for you? You know, I that was a lot, you know, because she can be very stubborn and just so combative. But with Claire, every day, like clockwork, I'm like, all right, come on, let's go to the track. You can't run right now. You don't need to do all that right now. Let's just be consistent. Let's focus on that. We will walk around the track 11 times every day and then do calisthenics. And I said, less is more. That's all you need to do right now. And then, you know, when she started feeling better, I took it up a notch because I was already training people back at home and stuff too. So I was with her day by day. And when the weight started dropping off, when she started, I would be the one. I would be the one to make her meals because no shade, she cannot cook. And the stuff that she would get, I'm like, Claressa, this is not healthy. This is not what boxers eat. Like, let me show you how to eat. Like, you should know. They taught you at the Olympic Training Center, but let me show you. So, I was the one. I was the one making her meals, meal prepping. I was with her every day. You know, I think that's her manager, Mark. Mark would call and be like, you know, do you want to fight? Do you want to fight this girl? She kept pushing back to fight. And I'm like, well, just be honest with him. Just say there's a lot going on and you can't fight right now because you can't. It don't matter if you get in shape physically. If your mind is not there mentally, you don't need to get in that ring. So why don't you just tell them the truth about what's really going on?
Right. Let me ask you a question, man. We're talking about people being truthful. Raw and uncut, no chaser. Do you know Sharlita Savage and do you know Nigeria personally?
I don't know neither one of them. I've never met them before in person. Yeah, I've never met neither one.
Okay. So you don't have an opinion on anything that they say. Now, I did speak to Sharlita a few months ago on the phone. Nothing recorded, and I like talking to her. And I was telling her, a lot of people don't realize. Well, I think people realize now. Yes, she can be a little bit raw and uncut, but when we talk, it was a very pleasant conversation. And I'm like, this woman is brilliant. But people are they're now starting to realize, hold on, there's some depth to this woman. But I was just curious if you knew her, but it sounds like you never met either one. And Nigeria, I've never seen any videos or anything that Nigeria's put out because I don't be on the internet like that. And I have seen snippets from Sharlita. But do you have any opinions on anything that's come up from Nigeria about Claressa and where you may have heard her say something, say, oh yeah, that sounds about right?
Yeah, the first time I heard about her, honestly, I thought they were talking about me because, well, you know, her name is actually Nigeria, but they used to call me Lil Nigeria at Tony's gym because of just when they would hear me on the phone with certain family members, and I speak Yoruba, so they used to call me that when I was training with them. So I was like, there's only 2 people at that gym that used to call me that. Like, where is this coming from? Like, did they say something? But then I found out it was about her.
She was a fighter too?
You said what?
Nigeria was also a boxer?
Oh, no. I'm saying that when I would train at Tony's gym, which was Claressa's ex-fiance, they would call me Lil Nigeria because they would, you know, hear me talking on the phone with my family that's from Nigeria.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
I speak Yoruba, so
okay.
It was only 2 of them that used to call me that, and I'm like, did somebody say something about me? Like, what's going on? But then I found out it was actually her, so I was like, okay. But when she told, when I started to hear what started happening and just started seeing the subliminal posts between them, I was like, this feels real familiar. You know, I was like, yeah, that sounds just about right. I know Nigeria put out a video, and she was saying how, like, sometimes people don't, they start to dislike you because other people love your aura. Like, she said something like that in that video. And I was like, oh, this sounds very familiar. You know, this sounds very, very familiar. And she was like, people also don't like how you could not be on their level, but you can be very comfortable in your own skin and be very secure with yourself. And I was like, she's talking about Claressa, because it was the same stuff that was going on, you know, with me and Claressa. I was going through my stuff, you know, but I didn't use it as a crutch. I didn't try to be like, pick me, I'm the victim. Like, no, I was like, I just got to get through it. You know, I can't hold on to this stuff, so I just got to get through it. And, you know, I don't know. It's just with her, she always fumbles good people, because Claressa has had some great people around her. And I'm like, what happened? Why are y'all not cool anymore? And she'll make up some stuff. But then I'm like, hold on, this is your fault. You know, like, you burnt this bridge. You need to try to at least apologize to this person. But ain't no apology gonna come from her or anything like that. If it is, it's gonna be like, I'm sorry. It's just this is how I am. This is what happened to me. All this other stuff. So yeah, I wasn't surprised when I heard that Nigeria would do her hair and stuff like that for her, and I was like, sounds very familiar. Because I used to make Claressa meals for her. You know, she would always try to save. So even, like, I know you brought up the makeup stuff earlier before I got on your live, but it seemed like she's trying to cut back on spending money and stuff, because she don't only try to do her own makeup unless she's trying to save some money. Like, it's just like how she would go to the boutique all the time years ago, and then she started pulling back. I guess started checking her account to see, like, oh, I can't, you know, I got to slow down with spending money. So, and then that's when I started seeing her playing pool and gambling, you know, or doing workouts again on Zoom, because it was COVID around that time. So she would do workouts with people on Zoom. She would charge them $150 for the hour. So yeah, it seemed like there's probably some stuff going on with the money, because that's the only time she'll try to do her own makeup, or if she can go to someone else that's cheaper, then yeah. But
so is she cheap? She talk like she out here, man, you know, dollar bill y'alling. Is she cheap, or she spends money? She likes to spend a lot of money.
She likes to spend a lot of money that she does not have.
So she does not have. So do you believe she has 8 million, 10 million, 5 million? What do you know about Claressa? You know, and I'm not trying to dive in her pockets, but that's a talking point, and I got people on the show. These are questions they want me to ask. So what do you know about her? Does she have money like that?
Absolutely not. No, because listen, I have seen Clarissa will do something for someone to try to make it seem like, oh, I really love you, I really care about you, I got you, I know you're going through some stuff, but then she will try to throw it back in your face and be like, well, you do owe me for this, well, you do owe me for that. So I'm so petty when it comes to, like, every single time Clarissa will be like, oh, I got this for you, I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. I would send the money back on Cash App because I know Clarissa. I'm like, all right, yeah, thank you, appreciate it, but I'll send the money to her. And sometimes she would laugh and get really quiet because she know that I know her mess. So recently, it was just screenshots going around with their conversation, and I knew it was real because, and I could be wrong, but I really do feel like it was real because, you know, she was telling Nigeria, oh, you owe rent money, you owe 1,000, you know, you just where my $1,000 at, basically. And I'm just like, for you to be on vacation and living it up, and you got millions of dollars and stuff like that. I mean, nobody would really be pressed over $1,000. You know, and it's not to say like, okay, she don't owe you or whatever agreement y'all had, but it's like no one will really truly be pressed over that, because what's 1,000 if you got 8 million, right? So they're not going to be pressed because of that. But then when I saw, you know, a screenshot of her Instagram story, like, this girl stayed with me for 19 months and can't even pay rent, like, I said, there it goes, because you couldn't do that with me. Like, you're like, oh, Jayda, you can stay here for free. You can. And I'm like, well, you invited me. I didn't need nowhere to stay. You invited me. Don't do that. Like, don't do that because you wanted me here. You know. So sometimes with Clarissa, she does that. She does that on purpose to be like, you owe me, or she'll try to like build a case. She'll try to sue someone for every little thing, but I do know, like, with her, she don't got it like that. She doesn't. That's why she's always trying to do every little thing for money. Like, with her family, if they need something, she'll be like, well, you need to pay me. You need to pay me. I'm like, why is everything always somebody got to pay you? You know, or it's always money. Like, you're always worried about money.
Do you know of her having any endorsement deals or big time sponsorship deals, or people offering her those things and her turning them down?
No, absolutely not. No. The only people I know, which is crazy, the only people I know that wanted her to rep her brand is the men she's been with. Specifically, well, now we know Pap, but also Tony. He would want her to wear the @fitness stuff, or when I'm like, she's like, come on, take a picture with me. He would purposely have her take a picture in front of the @fitness logo. Mm-hmm. You know, like, it would be, she's going through like this limerence thing with not knowing, like, you're really into someone, but they're really not into you. They're trying to see how they can profit and benefit off of you. And I didn't say anything because you're not going to accuse me of being a hater. I don't want that boy, like, leave me alone. I swear up and down, everybody want who she got. I don't want him. I point out the obvious, you know, but I would pay attention to stuff like that. I'm like, okay, the only time he want to take a picture is if he has his @fitness shirt on, or, you know, if they're in front of the sign, or, hey, her brother tried to tell her, and I said, thank God somebody said, because he don't care. So I'm glad he said it. But I guess when she started realizing what we were saying, then she cuts Tony out and stuff. But as far as anybody that has reached out to be like, hey, I want you to rep my brand, I want to sponsor you, I want to, absolutely not. Nope.
Okay, I got a question for you. Now, when I watch Claressa Shields, I always sit here scratching my head because I'm like, this woman, in my opinion, is the 1% of athletes who go on to get a gold medal. She got 2. And I always say she should be a gazillionaire. But of course, it hasn't happened. And when I watch her attitude, I'm like, man, I don't think she really understands what she's accomplished as far as when it comes to sports and boxing, especially in America. But when I watch the way she's behaving, is she better now or worse than when she was younger? And did you know her when she was getting the SSI checks, where she had the anger issues and stuff like that? And if you did know her back then, is she better now or worse? Because if she's worse, to me, there should be some kind of intervention. But if she's better, then I don't know. Maybe this is all an act. What's your opinion?
No, it's definitely gotten worse. I've known Claressa since 2011. It's gotten worse.
Do you think it's genuine, or you think this is all an act for attention and clicks?
Oh, it's definitely not an act. It's not. She thinks this is cute. This is like, you can even hear it in one of her songs. She's like, Mrs. always going viral. Like, she thinks that is great. You know, in her mind, this is a good thing. You know, so this is definitely not for an act or anything like that. She really thinks in her mind she can do no wrong. She's good, and everybody's just hating on her. That's it. It's not an act.
Were you around when she first turned pro, and were you at some of her fights with her, or you had stopped talking to her before she actually turned pro?
No, when she turned pro, I congratulated her and stuff like that. I know she said she wanted to go back to school when she turned pro in 2016, but I had to pull back for a little while because she was just always in some mess with someone, and I didn't want to be in that. I had to pull back. I actually also took the time to apologize to her. Name's Raquel Miller.
Hey, I know who that is.
Yeah, so I took the time and I apologized to her because I was immature. And
what happened? What happened there? Because I heard different things. I have never talked about it on my channel. About how the relationship became sour back as when they were in the Olympics and as young amateurs. And Raquel Miller's now back in boxing. And I know, but what exactly happened there? If you could expound.
Honestly, with Claressa, she was just making up a bunch of stuff to cover up the jealousy that she had for Raquel. And then I know there was some other stuff going on between her and Raquel in the Olympic Training Center, but it was always Claressa starting stuff. Like,
she was jealous of her as a boxer because she felt Raquel was because she has brown skin too. She thought she was just more attractive. What was it?
Yeah, I feel like she thought that she was more attractive and possibly a threat, like Kay might get her too. But it never gave that with Raquel at all. Like, she was in a relationship with someone else, about to get married and everything. So it was just Claressa running her mouth. And it's always jealousy with another woman. And you're right. Raquel is brown skin too, so you really can't say anything like, oh, she's light skinned, she's this. I just feel like she just have a problem with pretty women. And I don't understand that. That's why I'm like, bro, please heal. Because this is starting to get ridiculous. Now, everybody can't have a problem with you. Like, and everybody can't be lying. So, you know, I was trying to basically defend Claressa and stuff like that around that time, like, because I was like, oh, being immature. But then just seeing how everything played out, I actually took the time to apologize to Raquel, and you know, I showed love to her and stuff like that, and she really appreciated that. Because I'm just like, I was like, I didn't see it then, so I'm so sorry about that. Like, I apologize. That's my fault. I take full responsibility. You know, no excuses. So yeah, it's just another, you're jealous, you know, and I can't stand that because it was no problems. Like, just always having a problem with someone. Basically, almost every girl on the team, there's something you want to say.
Yeah, man. That is just crazy, man. So was that the only time you found yourself trying to defend Claressa Shields and then realize, you know what, I'm making a mistake here. It's not these other people, it's her. And where you had to kind of scale back and maybe apologize?
Yeah, and I can say I have no problem apologizing. If I'm wrong, I will apologize. I would definitely apologize. So just seeing how everything played out, I made sure, I was like, oh snap, like, okay, Raquel's is on social media, like, let me reach out to her. So on TikTok, I had took the time to actually make a video and just give her flowers and stuff, and it got a lot of views and stuff around that time. And I messaged her, and she was like, I really appreciate that. And I was like, no problem, because I was wrong, and I handled that very immaturely, so I apologize for that. But yeah, it's just sometimes also like with other girls, if other attractive men was like, man, I really like that girl, or whatever the case is, it's like Claressa would kind of try to beat them to the punch, like, I had him first, or, you know, I had sex with him first, or just trying to just show like she's the better girl. And I'm trying to clean my words up.
You know, so there was actually like they were actually out there pitching woo. Who could go out there and get the forbidden fruit before the other one? Is that something that was going on?
Yeah, like with her, like if it's a girl that's not causing no problems and she's just focused on her, but it's this attractive man that's like, man, I really want to get to know this girl, I really like her, whatever the case is, it's like she will try to get him first. You know,
phone number or get deflowered, get busy.
Get busy.
Well, seal the goddamn deal. Are you serious, man? That shit is crazy, man.
Yes, and then because some guys are guys, they don't even see that. They don't see all of that. They're just like, oh man, it's Claressa, especially around that time, for her winning gold medals and stuff. They're like, oh man, it's Claressa. Like, she wanna, heck yeah, I'll do it. Like, you know, they're not even realizing that she is in whole competition with herself.
That's
like, they didn't even see all that. So
that's crazy to hear. There was the rubber dubbing and them seeing her as a tenderoni. What about Franchon? You know Franchon Cruz? I like Franchon. You know her at all?
I know, like, with Franchon, I do know her a little bit. I just honestly, with her, I'm just talking boxing now.
Right.
I really want to see Franchon win. Like, I want to see her tone up and, like, in the best boxing shape and just really, really win. Like, really be on top. I don't really like how Claressa decided to want to fight her again, because she knew she could beat Franchon. And I'm just being honest. You know, the fake respect, the fake, oh, I got so much love for her. Like, I kept saying that. I was like, she don't got no respect for Franchon. There's so much that she says behind her back, even then. But again, nobody listened to me. So when all that stuff came out later with the beef going on, and I was like, well, I tried to tell y'all, but y'all, you're a liar. You're always talking about Claressa. I'm like, because I be trying to warn y'all, stay away. Stay away, you know. But I really just want to see Franchon just win. Like, I just want to see her lock in and just get into the best shape that she can, or whatever weight class she can fight at best. But I just didn't like that. I already knew, you know, even with Danielle Perkins, when Claressa fought her, I ain't gonna lie, I really thought Danielle was gonna win because I seen her fought in amateurs, but now you're about to sign Danielle, and like, I don't like that.
Let me ask you another question, man. I was gonna ask you about. Oh, I keep hearing all these guys' names being mentioned, and again, I don't follow all that. I'm more boxing, but I'm abreast of a lot of stuff going on with Claressa because I do these lives, and it went from me just talking about Layla Ali and boxing to a whole bunch of people having an interest in the Claressa Shields stuff because of her, Papoose, Remy. That's something I never followed, and the only reason I'm aware of it is because of the lives. But when I hear the name of these guys, like the LJ, the Tony, I've never watched a video on any of that. But it sounds like you may know them. Do any of them plan on coming out and telling their side and speaking for themselves to clear the air, or do you think they should, or you don't have an opinion on that?
I wish LJ would. LJ is so cool. I wish he would, but we're probably not going to get a video from him because he's like me. He want to be in a cut. He just want to work his little job and just be, he don't want the attention on him. He just want to work his job and do him. I know he was. I know he turned pro. I think he turned pro for MMA a while back, but I don't know if he continued to pursue with it. It is a lot that has to go into actually, doing MMA. I wish he would have stuck with it, but LJ is cool as a fan. Like he liked to stay to himself, so I don't think he's gonna make a video. I wish he would though, but he ain't gonna make no video. He's a man of few words, and he just like to worry about him, and that's it. He don't like this internet stuff. So I don't think he will. Bake, he probably will. Bake probably will. Just because he's been through a lot with her too, but she constantly tries to spin the block with him a lot. I know she was really mad at him because he supports ALYCIA a lot, and she didn't like that. And there was other people like, oh man, they would look good as a couple, but that's just people talking. They didn't. If they see you didn't even take him serious, and you did him dirty. I mean, of course, people are not gonna like you in Detroit. To be honest, when Claressa has had fights in Detroit, the reason why them seats will fill up for people to come and see her was because of Bake. Like, his name is Anthony Baker. It was because of him. It was literally because of him. Her trying to promote, she wasn't getting anything. But when he would say, hey, y'all, let's still support, and certain people like, I'm not supporting her because what she did to you. He like, let's still support. Let's still go out, and show support to the world. Like, he'll still be respectful and everything. So let's go show out and have support for the group. But that's the reason why people will come out to Detroit and watch her fight and stuff like that, because of him. He's really for his community, though. He really is. I know he has worked with Jalen Rose and stuff. So he's not someone that's trying to he's not someone that would try to get clout or anything off of Claressa. He's really for his community and giving back. And he's been through a lot too, but you don't see Bake going around, oh, this happened to me. This man almost lost his life probably twice in a car accident, being on a motorcycle and stuff. He almost lost his life. He lost his mother, I think, last year as well. He's been through a lot with some other things that I don't want to mention that can really make a person go cold. But he still has a heart. And like I said, anytime, if she was out in Detroit, if she had anything going on in Detroit, it was because of him. For people to actually come out and support him.
So when they keep reporting that Claressa is sold out, 18,000 seats, she's the biggest draw. Is that exaggeration? Is that hyperbole? Is it that a lot of the tickets are being given away or the stands not filled? Have you been to a fight? But if you don't know, it's cool. Just curious to know if she gets that kind of support, like what they report, what they're telling the public.
Some people will come out and they will support the fight, but also, they're looking at other people that's on the undercard, because it's not just her,
Okay.
And then with her, I know this for a fact. Some of these people that were laughing at me and, harassing me too, and eventually told the truth to me and to these other people. Like, Claressa sometimes pays people to come out and support. She also pays people to make videos, and because I thought it was weird. It was this one white girl on TikTok, and she was like, y'all, look at Claressa. She's doing her thing. She's happy. And everybody was like, what the heck? Like, who is this white girl? Who is this white girl, making it? Why does it feel so performative? Why does it feel like she's reading a script? We found out Claressa was paying her. She was paying her to make videos to say, look at how happy the GOAT is. Look at how happy she is, y'all. She's with her man, Papoose, all this other stuff. And I was like, why did this feel so fake? Like, why does her smile look fake? Like, what's going on? Found out Claressa's paying people to make videos of her. So it's like, you really don't know what's true anymore, because it's just a lot of favors floating around.
So that's something that's really happening. Paying people to say nice things about her.
Yes. Because I was like, maybe, I said, you know what, maybe I'm tripping. I ain't going to say nothing. Until, I don't know if you've been on TikTok, but everybody got something to say over there about CLARESSA. Really? And I'm like, okay, so I'm not tripping. But they got receipts. It's not just people talking. It's real receipts. Like, yeah, y'all, she pays people to make videos like that. And I'm like, I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, that's just bewildering to me because part of me still, I put it to you this way. I used to have an expectation for her, but I've reached a point to where I don't because of how she was with Shadesha Green, lost the fight, and once we found out about the bleeding on the brain, I just don't like how she handled that. So that's when I said, for me, there's no expectation. She's interesting, and that's it. So this thing about when I keep hearing about CLARESSA, relationships, are they lying about her being out there like that and this thing about abortions? Because I'm like, that's such a sensitive thing. It just sounds to me like there's some people who will just make up stuff about her, and I take shots when I say, hold on, I don't know about all that. But is that all exaggeration, or is there some truth, or you don't want to touch on that? Because I hear people say all kind of things, and I've defended that, telling people y'all shouldn't believe everything you hear, and I've taken shots over that. What's your opinion on all that, man? Are people just trying to continue to bring her down, or is there truth to that?
Oh no, that's truth, because I'm the one that initially.
You're the one who said that?
Yeah, I'm the one that initially, when I put out the exposing boxing video and stuff, I initially said that. That's true.
About being pregnant when fighting Hannah Gabriel's, or?
That was me too.
That was you who said that?
That's true.
Damn.
Yeah, that's true. That's not a lie. I'll never forget. I was 17 and I had to fight in this tournament. And it's like, depending on what tournament you go on, it's like stages. So you got to fight in states, regionals, and nationals. And before I went to nationals, I had to fight in regionals. So I fought, and that was the first time we had to take a pregnancy test. So I just took it regularly, but I saw this white girl and she was freaking out, and I was like, but then she came out, she was like, oh, I'm so glad. And I was like, so glad about what? And she was like, I don't know why I didn't just think about it, but I just stuck my pregnancy test in the toilet water because I'm pregnant. And I was like, I'm green, by the way, because of how the way I grew up. I grew up very sheltered. So I was like, you're pregnant, you can't fight, like, what are you doing? Like, I was just so worried because I'm like, how can you box and you're pregnant? But like I said, I was so green at that time, and found out a lot of girls do that. So it's not just her, it's a lot of women that do that. They find out they're pregnant, a couple of weeks pregnant, early on, and they're like, oh, I'm just going to get an abortion. I'm like, you're just going to get an abortion? Like, you're not going to keep the child up. For you to still fight is crazy, but, you're not going to keep the child. Like, I would be very sensitive about that because for me, I couldn't have children and stuff. So it would anger me. It would cause me to be upset because I want children, and then all these girls like, oh, yeah, I'm just getting an abortion. Like, before it's too late or before, it gets later. And I'm like, y'all just say that like it's regular, So all of that is true. Like that happens a lot. And it's really irritating. I don't like it. I wish they had a more strict system because people thought I was lying. They're like, no, there's no way. And I'm like, y'all have to understand, they're just giving us a test and saying, go use the bathroom. This is not the doctor's office when you go pee in a cup and they go test it, they run labs. Like, they're not doing all of that. They just give us a little stick to pee on. Like, it takes nothing for them to just stick it in the toilet. It's toilet water, So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? That's right. Unless they're watching you, actually urinate on it. I know sometimes people, they'll say, go do what you got to do, and they don't actually do a urinalysis to watch the fluid come from the body, into a cup or whatever you guys do it. But when I first heard that, I didn't talk about it because I don't really, talk about those things, but I kept hearing it and I was like, man, That's why I asked you, because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say, but I'm glad you confirmed it was you. I always thought that maybe there wasn't quite the truth, but you're here saying it, and there's truth to that. That's crazy. How did you find out about that? She told you, right? She told you.
She blew up because I just asked a simple question. We was at her house and she had that video. She had that photo like blew up, like she got it professionally blown up so she can hang it on her wall. And I was like, why would you blow up that picture of you getting knocked down out of all pictures? Because I was so confused. She had got like 3 of them, and it was when Hannah Gabriel's knocked her down. And I was like, why would you blow up that picture and want to hang it on the wall? And she was like, oh, because I was pregnant. I was like, Claressa, come on now. And clearly, you know, she didn't keep it, you know, because that was 2020. I was like, you know, you're not haunted by that. Like, you don't feel haunted. She's like, I don't feel anything, you know. And I was like, okay. I was like, I just don't understand how you can keep getting abortions. Because I got another one that year, and that was something different, you know. That had to happen, you know, or she could have lost her life. It was like an ectopic pregnancy, so that's different. But before then, you're just abusing it, like you're just doing it like you popping in Skittles or something. And I'm like, look, that can mess up your body, you know. You keep doing that, the time where you're really ready for kids and you really want children, you're not going to be able to have them because you keep getting abortions. Like, that's not a simple process. Like, and I was like, I just don't see how that don't haunt you, because I've seen it with other family members where they just got it once and they are still affected by it today. And that happened 20 years ago with them. So it's like, Claressa, I don't understand, you know, how you can just be cold, you know, and just be like, oh, it's not a big deal. But she's been doing it since she was a teenager, so I guess it's really nothing to her.
Yeah, you know, when I first I want to tell you I appreciate you spending time with us tonight, and I'm just sitting here, my head spinning, man. I'm like, wow. So it's like, is there anything that you know about Claressa where you're like, I'm never gonna share that? Because I can tell you're not trying to destroy Claressa. I can tell a part of you still care for her, but you're just tired of the bullshit.
Yeah.
But is there anything that you know where you're like, I'll never tell that because I'm not here for that?
I mean, I haven't said anything that she hasn't really put out. And
Okay.
if she hasn't put it out on social media, she has definitely ran her mouth about it to everyone else back at home. So I know some people are upset and they're mad at Sharlita, but I mean, you be talking about stuff like it's something to brag about, and you know, you got people looking at you like you're crazy. Can't really be mad at Sharlita because she just only saying what you were proudly boasting, you know, back at home. So I mean, I just, you know, I understand a lot of people because I don't listen to everybody's channel. I'm very picky when it comes to that. I've seen your channel, I've seen Boxing Ego and Punch Drunk.
But why my channel?
Well, you remind me of like one of my favorite uncles, so that's why. Just like y'all mannerisms and how y'all talk and stuff, like it's funny, and then I'm just like, okay, like this feels familiar. So I guess like comfort in a way, but you know, like with I also watch, like I said, Punch Drunk Boxing and Boxing. So I don't listen to everybody else's channel. I know some people be mentioning, but it just be like, I know they be lying and they just be trying to jazz it up. I know everybody trying to get paid and stuff on YouTube. So I'm just like, I'm okay. But yeah, they're like the only 3 I watch as far as just, because y'all talk about boxing too. So these other channels with the women and stuff, it's just tea, it's gossip. They're going to exaggerate it, lie. And I'm just about the facts. I don't got time to listen to nothing. It just have to be the truth with me. So.
All right. Okay, well, I appreciate that feedback. Do you have any insight on? I'm trying not to laugh. I swear to God, I'm not, because the chat is crazy. I'm trying not to laugh, but not at you. There's the shit they say in there. But do you know anything about Claressa not being able to use knives? Have knives in the house, because that's something that came up. You know anything about that? Do you know anything about that? I'll just leave it as that.
I know that was part of the reason why the police would come over. And I'm like, okay, so why can't you just use your hands? But honestly, with the situation that happened between me and her, it makes so much sense as to why she ran away like she did. Because I'm like, why do you always have to grab something? You know, like, why do you got to grab a knife? Why you got to grab an object? Why do you always have to? Why can't you just use your hand? You know, and for me to find out, you know, when she tried to pull up on me, she tried to get her 6 friends to jump me and start throwing hands, feet, and elbows, and she ran the other way. I'm like, oh, so you just know how to box. Like, you don't know how to fight. Because I know how to do both, and I'm not scared of nobody. So it's like, okay, it made sense. So, yeah, people they're not lying with that. That's why I be concerned to, like, the kids and stuff that be over, because it's like, well, I wouldn't trust my child around no one like that. You quit to pull out a knife, I don't know what you would do. Especially, we hear her in every video when the kids are around. You always yelling, you fussing, you cussing them out, you always snapping. I wouldn't want nobody, want my child around anyone like that. Especially if you always got to pull out a knife and stuff. Like, that's just crazy. So
yeah, that's wild. So you have seen her pull out a knife on somebody when she talked about sparring the guy? Well, we saw the video where she got knocked, basically buzzed by him, and she said she ran to get a car and she was gonna poke him up. So you've seen her do that before? You've never seen her actually do that?
I've seen her act like that with family, but as far as that was a lie. That coach, I'm so mad I can't remember his name, but that coach is well respected.
Yeah, I talked to him.
So I feel like that was such a dumb video to make, or just something that was just so dumb, because that coach is very respected, and that fighter was very respectful too. I mean, he was just doing his job. I don't spar with men.
He was working with her. He wasn't trying to hurt her until she got crazy. Then he put a little act right on her ass.
Right. Like, I have so much respect for men, because for one, it don't matter how good we are. Like, this is still a male-dominated sport, and I understand that. But it's been a couple of times I have sparred men, and I have seen a white light come over my head. And did my knees buck or anything like that? No, but it doesn't mean that I didn't feel that pressure. Or I'm like, man, he got me good. It's even been one man where, we sparred, and he looked at me, and when the sparring was over, he was like, I know for a fact that punch, and he wasn't trying to be cocky or nothing, but he was like, I know for a fact that punch was supposed to knock you out. And I kind of felt bad. And I said, at the end of the day, I signed that waiver. I signed up for the sport, and I'm a fighter. Even though that happened, I don't need you to look at me as a girl. I need you to look at me as a fighter, because I still decided to do this sport, and I appreciate you sparring with me. And with me knowing that I can deal with that, now I can run through these girls easy. Like, you're still helping me. So I don't understand that, because that was so stupid to just even comment on, when everybody knows that this coach is very respectful. Like, he's very respected. You're not going to hear anything about this coach like you hear with the other coaches I'm talking about. So to say you want to go get a knife and all that other stuff is a lie. Like, I just can't. Like, what knife? A kitchen knife? Like, I don't know.
Right. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to ask you is this like, I'm on the phone with you, and people, like, it doesn't make sense for anybody to call in right now, because as long as I got the Honorable Jayda, the boxer, on the phone, I ain't taking no calls. She get the red carpet treatment, and I know y'all understand. With Claressa, with this thing with being this weight, the big quote, and having all this weight on, does that surprise you that she wants to be a heavyweight instead of cutting down to 160 and fighting? Why do you think she's doing that? Is it because she's chasing legacy, or is it because the fights are easier, or is it because she feels that it makes her have a big butt and more desirable to men, more attractive? Why do you think she's gone up in weight the way she has? Or is it that she's gotten older? What do you think, knowing her?
Knowing her, she's making it about her butt. She makes her butt her whole personality. and she know at 160 she's not going to have that. Also, she's not a heavyweight. I mean, even in the amateurs, people know that if you're a woman and you go up to the heavyweight, them girls are thick. They're not even real heavyweights. It's only been one real heavyweight that we have seen in 2018 in the amateurs, and she wasn't even from the United States. She was from Germany, and she came. And it only took one punch for her to knock out one of our girls in the U.S. because she was a real heavyweight. She had big shoulders. She had big arms, big feet. I'm not trying to be mean, but she was
right.
just...
No, she's just, a big woman. Yeah, no, I understand.
She was brute, you know? Like, she was strong, brute, and that's a heavyweight. This woman was also, like, 6'3". So it only took for her to just hit one punch, and that girl was knocked out at the amateurs. So if people know that in the amateurs, they're definitely going to know that in the pros. Like, Claressa is not a real heavyweight. You know, she's not. She's meant to fight at 160, 165. At her lowest, she can fight at 147. The lowest, she can fight 147.
You think she can get there right now? Right now, you think she can get down to 147?
If she's disciplined, she can, but she don't want to. She always makes it about her butt. Like, she says it all the time. She's like, well, I ain't gonna have no butt if I get down to 147. Like, she has so many times, like, making her butt her whole personality. And it's like, you can get down to 140. Like, everybody has a minimum in the sport. So me, at my highest, I can fight at 147. I've fought at 146, and amateurs, I've stopped the girl. I know that. But at my lowest, I know I can get down to 115, and I'm 4'11".
You're 4'11"?
Yeah, I'm 4'11".
A little small thing, man. Okay.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, you know, even with people saying, "Oh my gosh, her and ALYCIA don't need to fight because ALYCIA too small." Well, if ALYCIA is too small, then I'm darn near a midget, because I done sat there and sparred this girl at 129 wet, and she cussed me out because I rocked her, you know, at 129.
So you rocked Big Whoa?
Yes. When we sparred, that's kind of like how everything started, with her trying to make it seem like I wanted Tony, because she felt like I was trying to show off or embarrass her. So that's how really all of that started. She felt like I wanted to embarrass her in front of Tony, because it was me, her, and it was another woman named Mary McGee. She's a professional fighter too. She has fought on DAZN and stuff like that. So, you know, the both of us, we sparred her. And Mary, even, you know, she was heavier around that time. So I do have to mention that Mary was. Because she was just, like, with COVID and everything happening, like, a lot of people were going through depression around that time. So she was getting her weight down too. But she even rocked Claressa a little bit too. But that was more understandable, because I'm like, oh, well, she's heavier than the both of us right now, you know. So that's going to happen. But me, little 4'11" me, at 129 at the time, you know, when we were sparring, and I threw a 2 to the body and a 2 to the head. And she called me the B word, and she was just doing too much. So I decided to get out the ring, and I was like, what did I do? Like,
so you doubled up the right hand, boom to the body, and came upstairs. She didn't expect it.
Yeah, she didn't expect it. And she even tried to tell me that I also couldn't throw the other hook. Like, majority of the time when a fighter is orthodox, you know, we throw the hook.
No, I understand boxing. I boxed before. I understand. So you couldn't throw a 2-2-3 or nothing like that.
Yeah, she didn't. She was like, you can't do that. You can't throw the other hook. That's not a thing. And I said, it is if you set it up right.
Yeah.
Like, rule book, you know. But then it's crazy, because she started doing it when she fought Savannah Marshall, and I was like, really? Like, people don't know that. Like, you watch that fight, she threw a jab and she threw the other hook, and I was like, that's my punch. Like, why is she? It's crazy. You cussed me out for doing that, and, you know, rocking you. But then you're literally doing it when you fought Savannah Marshall. Like, that's crazy. So a lot of people don't know that. But yeah, that's what happened. And especially with the whole Tony situation, I felt like that's how it really started. Like, she expected me to get in the ring and be a little punching bag, because I'm tiny, but especially around that time, you know, I'm tiny, but I'm diesel. I'm solid. I'm not a little wimpy.
You Nigerian, girl. They don't understand. You got that Nigerian blood.
Like, I have solid legs. You know, you can see it. I have strong legs. So I'm not just a little feather. I'm not just a little wimpy thing that just gets thrown around and stuff. Like, no. You know, and I was just very humble about that when I spar. I wasn't trying to show her up. It's just, we're supposed to be sparring, you
Right.
know? But with her, she is not supposed to be fighting that heavy. And to eat, like I said, despite the decision she made, I've actually been worried, like, okay, if she actually come against a real heavyweight that's a technical fighter and that's, you know, a real heavyweight, if you get knocked out to the point you got to be on the stretcher, that's not going to look right. And it's just going to prove, you know, Layla Ali's point too, that you're not a real heavyweight. You're supposed to stay around 160 and, you know, 168. You know, you're not supposed to be at no heavyweight. And you can even see it in the weigh-ins. Like, it doesn't really give you're a boxer. You know, you just have a shape. Okay, well, you're a woman. That's going to happen. But it doesn't really show that you're boxing, that you're putting in the work. But you have other women, too. I mean, Amanda Serrano, I'll bring her up. She's Puerto Rican. And, you know, Puerto Ricans got a shape, too. You know, they got a little black in them. You know, they got a shape, too. But Amanda Serrano has fought in 7 divisions and dominated. You know, so she has gotten low, and Amanda is taller than me. She has gotten low as 108 pounds, you know, and I'm like, dang, that got to be uncomfortable for you, right. You know, so if you're used to fighting heavier, you mean to tell me you came in at 108? So it's literally no excuse. The reason why I'm being so hard on Claressa is because you're going around saying you're the greatest woman of all time. And if you're really after legacy, if you're really after making a long-lasting impact, you're not going to make no excuses. You like, okay, I'm about to get down to 147 because that's where the real competition is at. Chris Cyborg is a legend. I know she's in boxing, you know, now, but she's a legend. I've watched Chris Cyborg since I've learned about her. I've seen her body transition. I've seen her, you know, go to different promotions. I've really seen her grow in MMA, you know, in Muay Thai. I've seen her first couple of fights in Muay Thai when she used to fight in a boxing ring doing Muay Thai. Eventually, she fought with UFC and Bellator. Like, I've seen her grow as an MMA fighter. When you're claiming to be the greatest woman of all time, you're going to have that type of mentality to be like, okay, I ain't going to hurt myself, you know, because it just doesn't make sense to, you know, go below 147, you know, with her height and stuff like that. You want to be careful, but if you're going around saying, I'm the GOAT, I did that, yeah, we know you self-proclaim yourself as that. The people ain't name you that. If you're saying that, you should be proving it. You should be showing I can get down, you know, I've had people tell me, like, when Jayda trains, she works really hard. You know, I'm not wearing a bunch of outfits in the gym to show my butt and all of that. You know, like, I'm not just having a sports bra on and, oh, y'all look at my body and all that other stuff. Like, I still dress appropriately because it's not about that. When I go to the gym and I have a training camp, like when I train for my pro debut, I pack about 5 outfits with me because I know I'm about to put in work and I'm not here for a fashion show. I'm here to train. And that's another thing. I'm like, how greatest woman of all time? You go to the gym, you got one outfit, Claressa. The outfit you came in and an outfit to change, to leave out. It's not you putting in work and you're like, okay, I'm going to take a break, eat a little something. All right, we're going to get right back to training. Like, it's not that. So I just feel like if she really cared about legacy and stuff like that, you wouldn't be trying to but your personality.
Right. Prime for prime, who wins? Layla Ali or Claressa Shields?
I say Layla because of power.
Right.
She's a real, like I said, Layla is a real she was a real heavyweight. But
Big woman, big hands, strong.
The shoulders, but I've seen Layla because of she sit down on her punches, and there's power. I've been telling Claressa, you know, since 2017. I was like, you sit down on your punches, and you really like turn them over, you're gonna be a problem. You work on like your defense and add that on, you're gonna be a problem. You know, but now I can't really say I'm really pleased with the last couple of fights I've watched because I don't see any technical fighting. It looked like you're street fighting in the ring. Her fighting Lonnie Daniels, I was like, that should have never happened.
That was crazy. Them first few rounds, I was like, what is she doing?
Then you're getting upset, and you're like, you're just running around the ring. Well, you're supposed to be cutting her off. I mean, that's basic stuff. Like a little 8-year-olds that be fighting in the little pee-wee tournaments, like they be so cute. They even know that. They know, like, okay, I'm not about to chase you down. I'm about to cut you off and walk you down and try to beat you in the corner. That's basic boxing. You know, any basic fighter that's starting to box right now, like, and they're starting to spar, they know that. You know, cut them off. Don't chase them around the ring, you know, and then it's like, where's the footwork? Where's the pivoting? Sweet Pea Whitaker, you know, that's my cousin. I used to get so mad with him. I used to get so frustrated I would cry. Because for one, I had anger issues, and I was just like, okay, I'm about to get in the ring and spar like any new fighter, right? And he's like, He like, if you're gonna do this, you're gonna do it right. Come in the ring. He would make me stay in the center of the ring and practice like pedaling backwards to the corner and spinning out a certain way. I had to do that so many times. Like every time he trained me that week, I had to do that. I was so frustrated because I'm thinking, we're gonna do mid work, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. No, and then he would get the mop and he would take the mop head off, put the boxing glove up there and try to take my head off. And I would get so mad. Like, I'm like, why are you doing this? He's like, gotta move your head, move your head, move your head. Like, do what I'm practicing. And it finally clicked one day. And he said, see, that's why I told you, you gotta work on your footwork. You gotta work on backpedaling and stuff like that. That's the whole reason why. So now, because I always knew I always had good defense, but Sweet Pea was trying to add on to it. He was like, you're good, we just got to add on to it. You just got to fine tune it. So he taught me that I can still move my head and do all of that by moving backwards. And I didn't understand what he was trying to do at that time. But I don't see none of that with her. I don't see footwork. I don't see you pivoting. I don't see you doing that. Sweet Pea used to even make the referee laugh like, you can't do that. Like he would have to copy Sweet Pea, like, you can't. And he would try to copy and mimic, and the crowd would laugh because it's like, well, what do you call that?
Yes, Sweet Pea would be like damn near teleporting and disappearing in the ring. His footwork was so on point.
Right. So he even made, one of the referees laugh. Like, hey, you can't really do that. Right. But it's because he practices footwork so much, and it's like, I really just don't see that with her. I don't see anything that screams, well, people think I just be trying to pick, but no.
Yeah, I agree with you. So two things. One, I had no idea that you trained with Sweet Pea. And that's why I'm glad you called in because, people are getting to hear you talk about some of the Claressa Shields stuff, but now they're getting to know more about you. And that's what, it's funny that you called because yesterday I was thinking to myself, I was watching you went live and you were talking and I was like, man, I should hit her up. I said, but nah, I don't. Because I really don't reach out to people like that. But I said, man, I want to talk to her because I want to know more about her because you're so interesting to me. And then boom, you jump, you're in the damn live tonight. And I was like, oh shit, she's here. Like, we'll call in. So I had no idea. And I'm glad people are getting to hear more about you. The second thing that I was going to ask you, first was Sweet Pea, then with Claressa. She came out and she even said with the Franchon press conference, not the weigh-in before that with her going up in weight, she knew with a lot of the opponents that she can just basically go and street fight them and beat them up. because I was in here kind of defending her, like, no, Claressa can fight. She's got skills. She just hasn't had to really get in her bag. And I was thinking she was really going to have to do that for the Franchon fight. And I was telling him, like, when she fought Danielle Perkins, Claressa showed some of that skill, the pull counter and everything that dropped her. I was like, so she can just get in there and beat a lot of these women up. But you did see her have to use those skills when she fought Savannah Marshall. She wasn't just chasing after Savannah Marshall because Savannah Marshall would have made her pay. So you saw the skill level there. But I think since she's gone up in weight, she's known with the opponents that she can just have her way with them. And the reason I think that is because she said it. She said that. I knew I could just beat them up, street fighting basically.
Yep, that's true. It's like, that's why I tell people, like, it don't take too long for somebody to tell on themselves, because, you know, but that don't scream. If you were just trying to be, like, it is fighters out here, and they do say what it is. They say, man, I don't care if I lose. I just want that check. But when you're claiming to be the greatest woman of all time, that's different. You know, that's serious. When you saying you want legacy, I'm like, you're just copying someone. It sounds good, so you're just copying what someone else said. You got that from somebody. Like, that's why I call her copy and paste Shickles, because it's like she's always, she just repeats what other people say. Like, you don't really want legacy. Like, you don't want legacy, because I remember, you know, training with her during COVID, and all the gyms were shut down, but it was this one gym that won't shut down, and it was ran down. But I like those type of gyms. It builds character. Like, I grew up in the gym like that back at home. Like, I'm from Norfolk, Virginia, and it was this gym called Broad Park, and Sweet Pea started there a little bit, and then he ended up, you know, venturing off and training with Warren. They're called Warren's Gym in Virginia Beach and stuff. But sometimes when Sweet Pea couldn't make it to the gym, he trained at home. He trained at his coach's house and stuff. So I told her, I said, this is a really good gym to train at, because don't nobody know you here. This coach is old school. He really don't know you for real. He don't got no respect, even if you knew. So he was like, you need to put in the work. I feel like this is a great gym for you to be at. But because nobody knew who she was, because it wasn't a fancy, you know, looking gym with the air conditioning and all the other stuff in the locker rooms and the aesthetic part, it wasn't aesthetically pleasing to her, then she didn't want to be there. It was all these excuses. And I'm just like, you're not trying to fight for real. You know? So then eventually that's why Tony ended up taking the other half of the gym, and he made it for her. Put a ring in there. He put a bag in there. Like, and I can't really say he didn't have to do that, because, I mean, at the end of the day, he was just trying to put his brand on. But, you know, yeah. I feel like if you're really claiming to really want to be a real fighter, you're going to do what it takes if you're claiming that you want legacy in the right way, that is. Because I'm not going to be a hoe for the sport. I'm not. If I have to do all this stuff, if I got to hump man 1, 2, and 3, I'm good. It's not that serious, you know, or I'll find a better way to do it. If I got to work an extra job, I'm just going to have to do that. I love working. I don't know what's wrong. I mean, you can call me, I don't care, but I like working. I like the people, you know? So, I don't know, but I just, all these so-called favors and stuff, I mean, that's not legacy. Plotting, cheating, and scheming, and, well, hunching at this point. Right. It's not building legacy. I don't respect it. So.
Yep. But before you get off, with Claressa and the MVP thing and win records, man, do you know anything about that? Why do you think she didn't go with MVP and she went with win records? Because we have conversations, but why do you think? She says, oh, I'm making more money. Oh, I was going to make more money. Isn't that what it's all about? Why would I go to MVP? What do you know anything about what happened?
It's just because she feels like she's above the program and she thinks she's better than everyone. It's just like back to when we were training. Mark, I think that's her manager. Mark called her and was like, hey, Tank got a fight coming up. You can fight on his undercard. That'll look really good. for you. She's like, I'm not fighting on his card. He not no world champ. I was like, you're dumb. Because everybody know who Gervonta Davis is, and what do you mean you don't want to fight on his card because he's not a world champ? Claressa, don't nobody really know you for real, hun. Like, nobody really knows you. Like, do you need a reality check? This is Gervonta Davis. You should be grateful and be happy. Like, you keep saying you want the recognition and stuff like that. Who cares if he wasn't a world champ or whatever the case was at that time? This is Gervonta Davis, you know? So, you know, she thought she was better than him. Well, I got more accomplishments than him. I could beat him. I was like, all right, here we go. First it was, you know, Keith Thurman, and then now you're saying you can beat Tank, and okay. I was just like, whatever. Like, you making this personal, and I just don't understand, because you say you want legacy, you want recognition. So I feel like it was just something as similar as that with MVP, because Jake Paul, you know, he's not a real fighter or anything like that, but he's putting on for women's boxing. I gotta give credit where credit is due. Like, you know, he started off as a YouTuber and stuff like that, and I know he ended up fighting even under his own promotion, but he has been putting women's boxing on. I can't take that away from him, but because he's not a real fighter and stuff like that, Claressa just feel like because of that, then she, you know, he's beneath her. And I'm just like, you playing checkers, you know, like this is crazy, because you really not doing anything with. I just feel like with Win Records and Sharlita promotions and stuff, I mean, there's really just no accountability, no real promotion and stuff going on. I mean, I've already talked about this is not a record company with music and stuff. We've never really seen that with someone making deals and stuff with boxing, and nothing ever goes well with that, you know. But she just the whole point is she feels like she's above the program, you know, or that's beneath her. But now that you're seeing what's happening and how much support they're getting, because this women's boxing is at its peak right now.
Yep.
You know, now you're having a fit because it's not the Claressa show. It's like, well, it's not about you, you know. So now you're trying to sign everybody, Claressa Shield promotions. I'm not supporting anybody. So I don't care. I'm not supporting anybody. Mm-hmm. I'm not watching nothing over there, you know, because this is just ridiculous. And like I said, I've talked about it, but women's boxing worked too hard to be where it's at for you to try to crash and burn everything, because it's not about you. So that's just pretty much all I know, is like, just once again, me knowing her character. She feels like she's above the program, and you know, she's like, well, who is he? He ain't done nothing. He just fight bums, or I don't know. He just fight people that's not good. Well, I mean, I guess y'all kind of in the same boat, you know, because you cherry picking.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, when it comes to Claressa's alignment with Win Records, I always felt that there's brilliant people over there, but I've been asking the question lately because, see, I don't know. I'm like, can anyone name a celebratory moment since Claressa signed with Win Records? I understand the $8 million deal they talk about, the $3 million signing bonus, but I'm like, let's set that aside, right? What else? Because I see all the attention on her, but my thing is, because she's so quick to talk about different things. I'm like, if there was more than just that, I 100% believe she would have said it. And they're not saying anything, so I'm making the assumption there's nothing else going on. Do you know of anything that they should be celebrating that just probably aren't sharing with the public, or you're not aware of anything?
No, you could never celebrate poverty. You know, it was a lot of debt. I know how this goes. There's a whole lot of people can say, like, oh man, like she just got the new Corvette. They got this, they got that. Well, it's called promos. It's called, let me rent this for a little bit, you know, or you owe a couple of people. That's why I'm like, hey, I commend, and anybody that's watching right now, be grateful for your 9 to 5, because you got more than half of these celebrities out here. I mean, she's not the only one.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that last night. I said, I really wish that Claressa and everyone out here very successful in making money. But I said sometimes people will rent jewelry and rent clothes. It's just like a hip hop video. And I was talking about, you know, Papoose coming from the hip hop world. Maybe he's kind of brought that. It's like, hey, let's for the press conferences and let's rent the cars and let's put on a show. But maybe she's not spending all of her money buying those things. It's just rent it. Once they're done with whatever they're doing, then they return it and she's on to the next. So but I didn't think that about the Corvette. I thought she may have purchased that, but you know, you just never know. But that was my inquiry. What really is going on? Where's the big money? Where are the huge opportunities? What happened to Baddies? What happened to Zeus Network? What's really going on out here? Because outside of the $8 million deal, the $3 million signing bonus, fighting in Detroit, what else is there? And I follow boxing. I don't know of anything except her being a promoter. But other than that, that's it.
And even then, like, you being a promoter, you got to have some money. You know, like, that's just not no easy way out. So that's just going to be another stressor. You got to be able to really pay whoever needs to be paid. I mean, how are you going to put it on live stream? And you got to pay your fighters and the manager. You got to pay a couple of people. I'll never forget. I went to this fight when I was 16 years old with my father, and it was so embarrassing. They didn't have enough money to pay the fighters. So everybody my dad is, he's a minister, and he's really good with just, all right, let me be the one to be the head and in charge real quick. I know how this can go because he's a manager as well, so he's really good with that. But my dad took one of the buckets that was at the venue and passed it around. Was like, all right, y'all, the fighters got to get paid. So we're passing around this big bucket in the venue, putting money in there because the promotion didn't have enough money to pay the fighters because it was so much, you know, because you got to think of everything. Well, what if the ring that you're putting up is not strong enough and it just, you know, breaks down? You got to hurry up. You got to have a second ring, and rings are not cheap either, you know, so how are you gonna get all the other chairs and stuff? And, you know, what if you go past your time because, God forbid, something happened, then you'll have to, you know, have an intermission and make sure the fighters were okay. Like, the doctors, how are you gonna pay them? That takes money. And how are you gonna do that if you already got it, you know? So, I mean, that's why people are not really understanding. It's a lot of money that you got to put in for that to say, I'm going to have my own promotion, and you really don't have no supporters, no sponsors, like no endorsements to back you. So you're going to have to come out of pocket, you know? So there's really no, just because there's a bunch of smiles and stuff and Papoose taking pictures, for all we know, he's taking pictures because he's getting a free trip. You know, Aruba, like, ain't nothing funny for real. Ain't nothing to smile about. Y'all are in debt. And that's why I'm like, baby, you can call us regular folks. You know, I love the fighters where they don't fake it. Because there's some fighters where, it's some out here in Ohio. They are known to be world champs and stuff for the UFC. And guess what? There's still a firefighter out here. I love that because that's real. People can relate to that. And then they're seeing that you're being a good steward over your money. You know, you're putting it in the right places. You're not trying to be all flashy and be something that you're not, you know. So I love that. Shoot. Y'all could see me fight soon, you know, on TV and stuff like that. And guess what? I'm still going to be probably, doing something on the side. Some other side quest. A little part-time job, just because I love people. Like, you probably see me at the YMCA, a little part-time job working with the babies or something. Like, see that, because what do I gotta fake for? You know, this is real life. Like, when you go fight, just to go see the doctor, it costs about $500 to $700 just to go and see the doctor. You know, and it's like, well, how can you do all of that if you're just spending recklessly and, you know, you giving money out that you really don't have? And you got to remember, this is boxing. You got to be mentally ready. So you can't be stressed out. Can't be stressed out and stuff going into the ring. That's really dangerous.
So you're active now as a professional fighter again?
No, I'm going to be turning pro soon. I haven't turned pro yet. I was going to. I had talked to Floyd Mayweather Sr. You know, it's times where I go to Vegas. He trains me, but he told me don't sign with his son, and I'm going to listen because you know what's going on. So
are you serious? Floyd Mayweather Sr. told you don't sign with Junior?
Yeah, he said do not sign with my son. Because I asked him and he cut me off. I was like, you know, I met your because I know Senior more than Junior. Like, and I love him because he's so funny. Like, he's so cool. He's just a big kid. But, you know, I asked him, I said, you know, I met Junior last night. He invited me to the skating ring, you know, because he had this thing. This was like before he owned the skating ring. And he was like, you know, I talked to him and immediately Senior was like, he just shook his head and he kept painting he's really good at painting and stuff. He was painting his portrait and he was like, no. And I was like, yes, sir. You got to worry about me. I'm going to listen. Everybody always comes out and talk about their experiences with when they were signed under Floyd. And then he only had one girl. He had one woman.
Savannah Marshall, right?
You said what?
Savannah Marshall was signed to him for a little bit, but it didn't work out. He couldn't get a fight. She went back to the UK and hooked up with Peter Fury as a trainer.
No, this girl, her name's Ava.
Ava?
She was the first one that was signed with Floyd. And she fought on PPC a couple of times. Like, that's still his, like, promotion and Al Heyman. But, you know, she didn't get the recognition and the pay and all of that was just not it. So, you know, and then I've just seen some of the guys, you know, if it's not Javante really don't count to me, but some of the guys that were signed under him, they were struggling really bad. Like
Jayleon Love and those guys?
You said what?
Jayleon Love and those guys?
Yeah, they were struggling. They were struggling really bad. And to be honest, some of them, you know, when they're out there in Vegas, you're trying to live a lifestyle that you...
Oh, yeah. Vegas is wild. I've been out there several times.
Right. Like, you're being irresponsible. But for the other half of them, it's like, no, man, I'm working too. Like, I go train and I go work. And you know what? He paying is just not enough. Like, especially when I got to go and pay the doctor and everything. Because, you know, USA Boxing, they pay for all of that. Right. You know, that's why people stay amateur for a long time, too. And they just try to travel internationally and stay on the team. Because you can get paid being on the team, too. But it's like with USA Boxing, they pay for to go see the doctor and get checked up and all the other stuff. So you don't have to pay. But when you turn pro, you got to pay for all of that. And they're like, man, I got to pay my rent. Like, my rent about $800. And they tell me I got to get them $7. Like, I don't got that. So they try to also find sponsors and stuff like that to pay for that. Not to just be like, oh, I'm a sponsor. I got money. Y'all broke. Like, no. You know, so.
All right. So you want to keep cooking or you got to jump off of here? If you want to jump off, I just want to ask some boxing stuff before you get off.
Yeah. You can ask some boxing stuff. Like, I'm with you. I took a nap earlier, too. I needed it because I've been busy these last couple of days with other stuff, you know, my family and stuff. But yeah, I'm good.
All right. So what do you think about Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia fighting? Who wins?
To be honest, with Ryan Garcia, I don't really like, I don't know. I don't really like some of his fights. I don't know why. I don't want to go there, but I'm going to go for Conor Benn.
Okay. ALYCIA Baumgartner, it looks like she is not going to get the Serrano fight. Serrano, I think, has a fight this weekend and maybe one more to break Christy Martin's knockout record. And then Serrano is out of here. She's going to focus on working with MVP in an executive position. Do you think ALYCIA and Caroline DeBois should have a trilogy, just like Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, and ALYCIA Baumgartner need to quit worrying about fighting Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, and just focus on Caroline DeBois? What do you think about that?
I feel like that would be a great idea. I mean, I feel like Caroline DeBois, she's a great fighter. It's like, you know, why not fight her? I know a couple of people were saying that she was ducking her and stuff like that, and I really don't know about that, but I wouldn't see why. Like, why wouldn't y'all fight? You know?
I agree. I agree. I think they should fight.
Yeah.
That's the fight. That's the fight to make right there. Alicia and Caroline, and do a trilogy. Who do you think wins? Who do you think wins?
I feel like, to be honest, Alicia need to pick it up with the speed. You know, speed is power. So I feel like she needs to pick it up and work on her footwork. I feel like that would make her win. Because you can't just mosey around with Caroline. You can't just stay there either.
Do you think Alicia paces herself because she's fighting 3-minute rounds opposed to the 2-minute rounds that Caroline DuBois fighting?
Yeah, but even with that, it's like, as women, if we're saying, hey, we want 3-minute rounds, then you got to put in the work, you know, for 3-minute rounds. Even if you got to change up some stuff with training and stuff like that. My dad, he does this drill. Like, I love it. We get on the bag and, you know, we're doing speed drills. And when we get to the end where the round is over, he makes us sprint outside all the way down and sprint back. And by the time we sprint back and get to the bag, the bell starts over again so that we can have that second and even third win. Because that's honestly why, you know, some people don't want to watch. They don't want not want to watch women's boxing, but they don't want women's boxing to go 3-minute rounds because they're seeing that, you know, they're getting tired faster and that there's really no stamina. So it's like, you got to give them something, you know, to want to watch or look at. Right. You know, if you're gonna say, hey, we need to fight 3-minute rounds too, and I get it, because even in the amateurs, which I thought was kind of weird, in the amateurs, we still fight 3-minute rounds. Like, I fought last year, it was 3-minute rounds. So I'm like, why is it 2 minutes?
Yeah, why change when you become a pro?
Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. But I understand. You got to give it. You keep. All right, they gave you the opportunity. You got to change it up. But she can't just pace yourself, mosey around. Like, you're gonna pace yourself regardless, but you can't just mosey around. You know, with Caroline and stuff. You got height. You know, you have her density. Where Caroline's a real fighter.
She can scrap. Yeah, she can fight.
For years. So you're gonna have to move your head. You're gonna have to work on more footwork and pivot. You know, I would watch like Pacquiao for that. You know, because he pivot a lot. She's shorter than Caroline, and I know because everybody I fight is tall. But I have had a couple of stoppages because I go to the body. I'm gonna go for the sternum, and then I'll go for the head. You know, but it can't be a bunch of head hunting, moseying around, and just no footwork. You know, I'm gonna focus on your ribs, your liver, and your sternum. And I'm going to try to break that down first, because you can move your head all day long, but the body really not going anywhere. There's not a lot of girls that's going to work on their footwork for real. Right. So I feel if she works on that, then she could beat Caroline. But the way, and like I said, I'm just talking boxing because I love Alicia. I love how confident she is. I love it. But, you know, the way she fought, the last girl that she fought,
Bo-Ri Shin, or whatever her name is.
Yeah, Shin. She can't fight Caroline like she fought Shin.
No,
or she's gonna lose. So I feel like if she really work on going to the body, which I really don't see a lot of, you know, female fighters. It'd be a lot of head hunting. But if you go to the body a lot and know how to work the body, she'll be out of here.
So if they have 3 fights, how do you think it goes? All 3 for Alicia, all 3 for Caroline, 2-1, 1-2. How do you think it goes?
I feel like the first one they will probably do a draw, just because I know how boxing is. I feel like they'll say it's a draw, and then I feel like, you know, their next fight would possibly be like a split decision. You know, if Alicia do those things, it could be for Alicia, but if she not, it's gonna go to Caroline. You know, I'm gonna tell the truth. And then that's another thing. It sucks with the trilogies nowadays, because if they see that the person won, you know, the second time, then more than likely they're gonna already decide to give the win to them again. So you got to fight, you know, just as harder. And it does suck. You know, it's just like when Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor fought. after Katie Taylor won, then you could kind of see Amanda Serrano's face. Like, she really wasn't confident because she knew that they were going to give the win to Katie Taylor because she won the last one. But even if I know, okay, they can get the win, I'm still going to give it all I got. I'm not going to even show it. All of that matters. The ring, I want to say it wrong, but everything matters when you get in that ring. It's not just if you win or not. They're looking at your confidence. They're looking at your reactions. They're looking at, your sportsmanship. All of that matters.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Would you go to Sukiban and do some Japanese wrestling like Claressa did?
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, she went to Sukiban, and I thought it was WWE because they were like, oh, she's wrestling. I'm like, oh, shit, okay, so this is something positive I can talk about. She out there suplexing, somersaulting and shit. Then we figured out some Sukiban. You never heard of the Sukiban? Yeah,
the only wrestling I've done was in high school. I was a freestyler. That's the only wrestling. That's the only wrestling you're going to see me do. I'm not the WWE. I used to watch it as a kid. I would be hyped as a kid watching it, but for me to actually do it, no, it's kind of corny. I ain't gonna lie.
Just curious. So you didn't see Claressa on Sukiban? You didn't see that when she came out there growling at the crowd and flexing, got in the ring, about 3 seconds into it, knocked the opponent out. I mean, that shit was pretty common.
Man, I would cringe so hard. I can't watch that.
Okay. I'm just curious because I know you into combat sports. Maybe you would have joined a Sukiban and you would have been out there too.
Okay. I just, speaking of just with the whole combat sports, like, I know she had brought up, she was like, y'all keep forgetting I did MMA. And I'm just like, let's not bring that up because it was her. I think her name was like Gabrielle or something like that. That was embarrassing. Like, Claressa was trying to get up and couldn't get up,
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question about that. To me, Claressa was on top of the world when she was fighting in MMA and boxing because she got out of her comfort zone and she did something 99% of people would never do. Leave boxing and go to the MMA world, and she lost one, she won one. But to me, at that point in time, she had the respect from everyone because they're like, she's over here willing to do it, get kneed, get kicked, get, contorted until she submits. And they respected her a lot. But when she decided, I guess it was Papooses' choice, according to her, to not do it anymore. Do you think that if she would have stayed with that, fighting occasion in MMA world and then also fighting in boxing, you think that she'd be in a different space right now if she would have continued with that? I mean, against opponents that she could have probably beat. You don't want to, go into the deep end with that MMA shit, but do you think she would be in a better space right now or it would be the same? And what's your thoughts about that?
I feel like she would be in a better space because MMA is so humbling. I've trained with Liz Carmouche. She fought Ronda Rousey, and she's a world champ now. She's been under Bellator, UFC, and when I tell you that woman is like a woman of just steel. Like, I posted in my recent video of pictures of how my leg looked. It's a very humbling sport. So I feel like she would have been better off. But we had this conversation, me, her, and LJ, when she was dating LJ. She was like, I'm going to do MMA. I said, okay, perfect. I said, I used to wrestle in high school, and LJ used to wrestle in high school too, and college. So you got two people that can show you how to roll, because if you're going to do this, you really need to know how to roll. And, because I was doing this way before her. And I also started doing like jiu-jitsu because it's just a little bit different than, wrestling. Mm-hmm. So I told her, I was like, hey, you need to know how to roll. She was like, well, it's no different than street fighting. And I said, no, it is, because like you get somebody that MMA different. They don't gotta really know how to punch for real. You can get beat just from getting kicked down, or somebody throwing elbows and taking you down, and getting you out of here. They don't really have to know how to fight technically, or box technically to get you out of there. Like, this is different. You got more ammunition added. So
we tried to tell her that, but for her, it was just a money move. It was just something she wanted to do to make more money. But I was like, that's dangerous, because if you're not really going to take it serious, it's not going to last long. Of course, I got called a hater, but I mean, clearly we see that because you retired after like 2 fights, 2 or 3 fights. So it's just like, we tried to tell her, hey, if you're going to do it, you have to know how to roll. You have to take it serious. And it is a lot more work, because you have to go, it's not just boxing practice. You got to go to jiu-jitsu probably early. I know my schedule. It was like, I had to go to jiu-jitsu early in the morning, and then I would go to work and stuff like that. After work, you got to go to practice again. And, we would do boxing, and then we would move on to rolling again, and then we would work on head position and stuff with MMA, and then sometimes on the weekends it was just conditioning. So it was really tiring, but it was very humbling too. So, we had to also, even though it was MMA and you can practice more so no gi, we also had to still occasionally put on the gi, just to learn different positions and stuff like that. Get a different outlook, because like if you're not fighting, then you have to. And I told her this too. I said, if you're not going to be fighting and boxing for real, you're going to focus on MMA. It's going to be some times where you're not going to have fights, or your opponent may pull out, so you got to stay busy. So you got to start going to these jiu-jitsu tournaments and stuff too. Even with you being who you are, that don't matter. And that's the good thing about the art of this. But she didn't want to listen. She wanted to make it about money, and this is why you're retired after 2 fights of, MMA, because you're seeing that it actually requires discipline, and it's very humbling. It don't matter if we've seen it with the girl name was Abigail Montez. She wasn't as good as a boxer as Claressa, but you kept getting taken down. Like it's a different arena. So. That's what I know about that, with her. I feel like she would have been better, because it is definitely humbling. You can't just go in there and basically bully, and street fight. You got to really think and take the time with what you're doing. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, you and I have been over here talking. Sure. We've been, the live's been going on 3 hours. You probably called 15 minutes in, 10 minutes into the live. So we've been on here almost 3 hours, man, and we jumped all around. We talked. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, I could keep talking because the conversation is flowing, and I really appreciate you taking time to call into the show, man. What else? You got anything else you want to say? Are you good, man? And I'm just really kind of flattered that you called in to talk to me, because I don't have. I think I'm like 22,000 subscribers, 22.7. I don't have 300, 400,000 subscribers. So the fact that you're comfortable enough to come over to my chat and chit chat with us, that I really appreciate. I take that as a compliment, man, because most people want to go to the larger channels and shit, man. And I just appreciate you coming through.
That is not always better. And I'm just like y'all. I'm regular schmeckler.
Yeah, that's how I move.
But I am picky with who I follow and stuff like that. Like I said, it's Punch Drunk Boxing and it's Boxing Ego. Because I really like how y'all talk about boxing too, a lot. And then y'all are men, so it's gonna be that anyway. I like that. I respect that. But yeah, and then some of the videos I've watched, the first time I heard about your channel is when Claressa called in.
Right. Yeah.
Pretending to be somebody else, and just your response had me cracking up. Like you just going along.
Right. Yeah, because this is the thing. Like now, people see the way I handle that. There are a lot of people who see it totally different now. At first, people were like, "Oh, he's flip flopping." I didn't flip flop shit. She called in, and I said, when first I was like, hold on, because she called and missed the call. I called back, and I was like, when she called, like in my head, I'm like, this sounds like Claressa, but like maybe a week, 2 weeks before, someone called in. I thought it was Layla Ali, and I was like, oh shit, Layla, how you doing? She's like, no, I'm not Layla, and I was like, oh shit, my bad. So I I felt like an ass, you know. I was like, well, hold on, let me not just say that. But while we're talking, and she's like, yeah, someone over here, talking about Claressa Shields, yeah. And I was like, whoa. I said, well, let me let it play out. And then it just got to the point, I just called her by her name, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, enough of this, you know, oh, so hey, you know Claressa. But when you look at everything now, like everything that I talked about with Claressa Shields that night, I said, I'll never disrespect you. I told people I wouldn't. You called in. I would never disrespect you. And I didn't. And to this day, I don't think I disrespect her. But everything that I talked about that night, and when you look at where we at here about 5 months later, it's all proven to be true. And and I'm not saying she's supposed to listen to me. Who am I? But I touched up on all that crap to try to get in front of it before we ended up at this point. And the attitude and, you know, just how you treat people and, you know, biting people's heads off and just everything, man. And it's, for me, it's just crazy to see how the direction it's gone. Now, if next year she has a great year and she's making gazillions and her and her man get married and they have a child, then we'll all look wrong. Everybody will look wrong. Everybody will look wrong. But
I will apologize.
Yeah, I will come out here and I will say, Claressa, you were right. Big Quote, you were right. You know, I'll even say, man, please, it was bullshit. But right now, I just think 2027 is going to be an even better year for content creators because this is how I see it. Everybody's watching her. And I don't think she's realized, like, for the rest of her life, people are going to be doing content on her. Papoose, people are going to be doing content on him. Because she's come out here and she's just put so much of her personal life out there, what her plans are, that they're going to be watching her. I mean, 10, 20 years from now, if people are still doing content, they'll be talking about Claressa Shields because it's sad and it's really sad. I won't be doing this shit no more. But
No, me either.
yeah, I'll be somewhere, man, eating curry fish and shit. So I ain't got time. But I just know if somebody who's young in the game, like a 20-year-old doing this, they got another 20 years of doing content on Claressa Shields as long as she, stays healthy and lives because she's such an interesting person. Everyone's going to watch her relationships. People are going to watch when she has children. People are going to watch Papoose, what he does next, if he's successful, if he fails, if he marries, if he doesn't. Like, it's really sad what they've created. It's really sad, man. It's really sad. But hey, I wish him the best of luck. I don't wish bad on no one, but I just can see next year, 2027, being an even more difficult year for both of them. Because that's the year where they're supposed to, have children and start a family and marry. And if it don't happen, you already know the internet's going to internet.
Right.
And it's sad. But yeah, Jayda, man, I really appreciate you, man. Well, anytime you come in the chat, you want to call in, you call in. We shut things down so you could have the floor. We could talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. We talked about boxing. We talked about everything.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to touch on now. Yeah, we talked about everything. I'm just really surprised you called in, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I love this channel. Please continue to be you. I'll be cracking up.
You like the jokes and the videos and all that. You like all the jokes and shit.
Yeah, I'm really goofy. I play too much. So I really appreciate just y'all being yourselves. Like, I'll be cracking up. Between you and Boxing Ego, I'll be cracking up.
Right. Well, if we're not laughing, you're not living, man. That's why I tell people, quit taking everything so serious. Got to be able to laugh. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Yep.
All right. Well, all right, man. You take care of yourself, man. I appreciate you. Have a good night, all right?
You too.
All right. Bye. Okay. All right, man. That was outstanding, wasn't it? That was outstanding, man. We had Jayda the Boxer on the line for a long time, man. That was really good. I really enjoyed that phone call, man. I really did. Where is she at here? Yeah, let me do this real quick and save this real quick. So what y'all think about it, man? I'm just saving something real quick. What y'all think about the phone call? What y'all think about everything she shared? She talked about a whole lot, boy. A whole lot. Okay. Somebody called in just now, then they hung up. So I'll tell you, I may take like one or two phone calls and jump off, man. Supposed to go to the gym and work out in the morning. Goddamn box. So we'll see, man. But whoever tried to call in, go ahead and call in. If not, I'm about to, I'll see. Let me see. It says, Hood Champ, you're going to bring Remy Ma on your channel to maybe share her story. I enjoyed Jayda the Boxer. Well, I'll tell you what, we had like 400 something people in here, almost 500. So anyone who's watching my channel, and if you're someone who's well known, y'all gonna call in, man. You know, I don't judge anybody. Call in, let's just have a conversation. And it's not gonna be no drama. I ain't with all that cussing and carrying on. Just call in and we can just chill. Hello, caller.
Hello, champion. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I just heard your interview with Jayda the Boxer, and it was very informative. And I wanted to share some information.
Okay.
I sent last week a complaint to the Unarmed Commission in Michigan about the egregious behavior of Claressa Shields. And I touched on a few topics, but they only honed in on the Franchon Cruz, the CERN incident, because it took place where she's licensed. So I just want to let people know, it's good to go ahead and sign the petition if that's what you want to do, but that's really not going to make a difference. The difference would be made if they file a formal complaint online. It's real simple. It took me all of 2 minutes to do. And they actually followed up and gave me a call today, and I was able to give my complaint, and I'm just waiting back to hear on what is the status, because they are launching an investigation.
Really? They're launching an investigation on Claressa Shields?
Yes. I sent a letter to them. I spoke with them, and they're going to confer with the department there in Michigan to see what can be done based on a certain statute. The reason they can't do anything about what happened with ALYCIA Baumgartner is because it was out of jurisdiction. And the fight with Franchon Cruz DeZern was, of course, in Detroit, in the state of Michigan. So that's why they're going to look into that melee. So if anyone else wants to go ahead and file a complaint, that's the best thing to do, because they will follow through and follow up.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that update. That's interesting.
Okay. Thank you, Hood Champion.
All right. You take care.
Good night.
All right. Bye. Yeah. Well, you know, it's just a lot of people paying attention, man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is at this point. You know, it is what it is. I'll tell you what, I don't want to see nobody suffer. I don't want to see nobody have stress in their life. Everybody out here is loved by somebody. And, you know, a lot of us, once you get over, I think, you know, in your 20s, 30s, people have kids and spouses. And I don't want anyone to take unnecessary stress into their home around their families. But the individuals shouldn't want that in their lives either. Go ahead, caller.
Hello?
How you doing?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Can you mute your TV?
Got a couple of questions. Okay, I know a couple of times you have said sometimes you have like inside information, but you really can't go into details about it.
Yeah.
But have you heard anything about what they're gonna do about when she slapped ALYCIA Baumgartner? Is that still under investigation?
That's something that I'll put it to you this way. With that, I don't know what they're doing with that. But the only thing I know is kind of come out is that they're just paying. There may be some people looking into Claressa and her relationship with, I think it's the Mayor of Flint, And as far as what's going on with ALYCIA, man, that's from what I'm being told, that's it's not really all that significant to these people who I'm talking to. But as far as what ALYCIA and Jake Paul and Netflix and what MVP are doing, I don't know. But I know things have gotten quiet. And to me, when things get quiet, that normally means there's a calm before the storm. And I just hope that doesn't go a direction to where anyone endures any stress, man, because that shit can get ugly depending on the level it reaches and how far they're willing to go. But as far as this thing with the mayor and these taxes and an unprofessional relationship, that's something that I do know that everyone's talking about it, but people are paying attention to. So I'm just sitting back waiting to see what else comes out. You know what I'm saying?
And then another thing, she's gonna crash out because they have. I just noticed that BET did a Sportsman Woman
Of the year?
Award,
Yeah.
and she's not gonna win.
Who's nominated?
So, Simone Biles, I know that. Angela Reeves, the tennis player, the Hawaiian tennis player, a basketball player, 2 basketball players. It's a couple of them that's nominated, and she is one. And she's gonna crash out because she's not gonna win it.
I'd be surprised if they gave it to her because with everything she has going on, and she just hit Alicia Baumgartner, that right there to me, she shouldn't even be put in the category. But they probably had these nominees from months ago, so they didn't want to take her off, but they could have easily taken her out of the running. But
Exactly.
I'm just telling you from my experience when we're doing awards and award ceremonies, I've been part of that a long time before I retired. But I just know being part of that, if you have people who are nominated, you normally leave it unless there's something like, get arrested and this is me being a retired military guy, get drunk, drinking and driving or something really extreme. Then you're like, nah, pull their ass out. You don't even want them, and you put somebody else in their place, but I can't see her winning that. I just don't see it. No way. No way in the world.
Another thing, she had did an interview years ago, and I think she lightweight idolized Jake Paul. And the reason why I say that is because she had did an interview a couple of years ago, and Jake Paul had gave her something. I guess she was asking him, how is she making all this money on YouTube? And he gave her some information. And you see now she's got a YouTube channel, a Snapchat channel. I think she's trying to get that money quick, fast money like Jake Paul. Did you see that interview she did?
I remember something where she was basically saying Jake Paul told her about how to use the internet to help grow your profile, grow your platform. And we've talked about that on the lives here. And I think she's gone about it the wrong way because him and his brother remained likable and they've grown their platforms. If you look at all these, even like Adrian Broner, he's streaming now. Yeah, he's still AB, he's still crazy, but there's a likable quality to him. You can be the villain and wonder why people embrace the villain because villains have likable qualities. Claressa, when you look at the way the public has responded, they don't find anything likable about her. There's a handful who do, but the majority is what she would hope would be supporting her. They don't find her likable. You know what I'm saying? She went too toxic, too extreme, too offensive, and that shit just gets exhausting, and that's what's happened to her.
And one more thing. I know this might sound kind of far-fetched, but did you see the picture with the makeup, the light makeup?
Yeah. We talked about that.
Do you think she's like putting it out there to let people, how can I put it, to get people response just in case if she do try to bleach her skin?
I don't know, man. We talked about it earlier. When I first saw it, that's the first thing I thought, yo, she bleaching? But that's because of my background, so I didn't think when a caller called in and said, nah, she's out there in Aruba Probably just around having makeup artists out there try to put on her makeup, kind of like what she's seeing some of the women wear out there. And that could be what it is. Oh, I love the way they do the makeup, and she wanted to see how it looked on her. And,
And she wanted to put it on the internet to get a response.
right.
And, you know, some of her followers going to be like, oh, yeah, that looks nice, that looks nice. But the majority of them, they're going to be like, that's a done deal right there.
Yeah. So now when I think about that image with all the makeup, I think she was just maybe trying something, man. But it was it's just the way it looked, man. I was like, maybe the internet's getting to her. Yeah. I said maybe the internet's getting to her. She's talking about skin complexion. So I was trying to stitch it together that way, but I could be way off beam because I think what the lady was saying about she's just out there probably thinking women like the way they do their makeup and they tried it on her, and that's what it is.
So I really think that she's putting it out there that she might try to go a little bit lighter.
Yeah, you just never know, man. You just never know. I hope she doesn't do that to herself. I hope she doesn't do that to herself. Just she said if she could be darker, she would. Well, good.
Yeah.
Don't go out here trying to lighten yourself up. Just leave that alone.
Yeah. Now, what you think about how you say his name? Papoose?
Oh, yeah. Papoose, pat. Yeah.
What you think about his character?
I really don't know much about him. I don't really.
Just on the outside looking
Yeah, I used to really remember, man. I remember being in the barber shops and his music and guys selling the CDs. So I never really thought much of him, man. And then when he hooked up with Claressa, I was just like, he's with Claressa, so that caught me off guard. But I never followed anything with him and Remy because I don't watch that stuff. So I didn't know.
Yeah, me neither.
So I didn't know anything going on until I started doing these lives and the ladies were filling me in. But when I look at him now, I don't know what I think he's gone about navigating her the wrong way. Because this thing about the men fight, the men can be aggressive, why can't the women? Man, the women can do it, but look at the consequences. It's not working. So I think they took her the wrong path, in my opinion, because her brand and what it was, to me, has been decimated. Everything's been toxic. Everything has been toxic, and that's my opinion. If they were making multiples of millions of dollars, I'd say, yo, they're brilliant people. They figured it out, but she hasn't gone on to do bigger and better. If anything, doors have closed shut, been bolted shut, welded shut. And the worst thing they could have done is go at Layla Ali. That's the first mistake they made and the biggest mistake they ever made.
First mistake.
The biggest mistake.
She's boxing royalty, you know?
Yeah, man.
And I think she just, now she want to be a sumo wrestler, a rapper, a promoter. I think she just dipping and dabbing to see what's going to stick that people might accept. And people's not going to accept nothing that she does.
Well, if she diversifies, it's great. And to see what works out. But those pokers they got in the fire, I don't know if any of them heating up right now. So maybe with time it will. But right now, I'm not aware of anything heating up. The only thing that's hot is what's been hot is her boxing career. And that's kind of cooled off a little bit, in my opinion, because there's so many people who, look, they got a petition to try to revoke her boxing license, man. That's not good. Like, that's not good.
I saw that. And I heard the other caller said that petition, would they take that in effect?
I don't know, man. That petition may not really matter until it gets, those numbers start hitting 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. I mean, it's already on people's radar because they're like, what? But if you start getting big numbers on there, like if that thing the next month or 2 months hit 250,000, 500,000, now you got a problem. You know what I'm saying? But right now, they I don't know how they view it. I would look at it as these are just some people on YouTube is just throwing some shit out there. But if those numbers get up to like 100,000, I'd definitely it'll get my attention.
Yeah.
You know, it would really get my attention.
It's just, you know, she's
she's a good fighter. You can't take that away from her, but she just, you know, her personal life is her personal life, but the day and age is now, internet and stuff like that is toxic now. Her boxing is toxic. Her relationship and especially her personality. And it's not that nobody don't like her boxing, because you can't deny her boxing skills, but it's the personality that I don't like, you know, me personally, especially in women's boxing. And being an African American, it goes back to what people think of women. Black women, loud, obnoxious, you know, and it's not a good look.
Right.
But thanks for the call, and thanks for letting me call in, and you have a good night.
All right, you too. All right, bye. What's up, Sharlita? How you doing, man? I see you in there. If you want to call in, Sharlita, I'll chit-chat with you for a little bit, man. If you want to call in tomorrow, it's cool. We just had Jayda the Boxer on here. We talked about a whole lot, Sharlita, man, but I'm surprised to see you up this hour tonight, Sharlita. Normally, you know, hey, boo, yeah. Normally you there chilling, man. I figure you'd be busy sleeping, getting ready to get up in the morning and have your smoothie. I ain't forget. I know what you have in the morning. I know what you like for breakfast. I didn't forget our conversation. I have my smoothies in the morning too, Sharlita, man. Hopefully you're doing well though, man. It's really nice to see you, make time to come over here and visit the chat. Everybody was asking about you tonight because Jayda the Boxer, we talked for about 3 hours. And everybody was asking about you tonight, Remy. You just woke up? Okay. Well, it's up to you if you want to call in. If you want to call in, I'll stay on. You know what I'm saying? Because you get the red carpet treatment just like Jayda the Boxer, man. You and I have been buddies for a while. People don't know that you and I are cool. About to make a smoothie now? Okay. See, people don't know that you and I have been cool. But because I don't say a whole lot about it, man, except that you're very intelligent, very articulate, and people need to understand. And so I'm glad you're getting your respect. Yeah, POTUS. POTUS, you there?
20% gold. What up, man?
Hey, chilling, man, chilling. Well, Sharlita, she said a whole lot. We talked about a lot of things, Sharlita. But if you call in, Sharlita, we can chit chat. We can chit chat and talk about it because we want to hear from you. But what's up, POTUS? What you got?
What up, man? I just called holler at you, man. Y'all just put me to sleep, man. I fell asleep.
All right. You put you to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hey, let me call you right back, all right?
All right.
Hello, you there?
Hello.
Who am I talking? Is this my friend?
I mean, this is definitely your friend.
What's up with you? You mind muting your TV for me, Sharlita?
Oh, yeah, this is Sharlita. You know exactly who this is.
Yeah, of course I know who you are, man. But this a different number right here.
Yes, it is a different number. Mm-hmm. It's a different number because I couldn't find my other phone. I'm in the dark.
Okay. So how you been, man? It's really good talking to you.
Man, I've been all over the place. Honestly, it's a lot going on.
Is it?
It's just a lot going on.
What's up, man? Tell me about it.
We got people sending petitions out to get CLARESSA banned from boxing, which I understand she do a lot of, insane things personally.
Mm-hmm.
But professionally, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand how what she's doing personally is affecting her professionally. I feel like if they gonna do anything, just prosecute her and charge her like a regular civilian. But as far as fucking with her career, just leave that part alone.
And we don't agree with everybody's character. You feel me? At one point in time, people didn't like Mike Tyson. Do you think others care? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of people out there that people don't like the character of. That don't mean that they livelihood should be taken away from them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And as far as Jayda the boxer goes, she has truth in what she says, and she has also lies in what she says. So like that's where I just be like, I can't even wrap my head around her for real in real life time. And my granny is in hospice. Anybody that know how hospice go, you know how hospice go. And as far as people talking about Claressa is banned from a funeral, my granny is not deceased. And my granny is not Claressa's grandma. My granny is Claressa's great-grandma. Claressa's grandma passed away in 2010. So I wish y'all bloggers would get this shit right when y'all be trying to talk about stuff and piece stuff together and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. You hear us call Granny Granny because they don't call her great-grandma. They call her Granny. You get what I'm saying? Just because y'all don't understand the dialogue of how we speak in our family, it's not our problem.
So they got people out here doing content that's getting it all wrong?
Correct.
That's crazy.
And as far as what I said about her being banned from going up to see my granny, is because the family was calling you to let you know that granny was in hospice. And I don't know if it's because she got her phone on Do Not Disturb because of the stuff that she got going on with this ex-best friend or whatever or however, but you would think that the family, out of all people, would be able to get in touch with you. And bloggers and fans are trying to make it seem like it's a money thing. It never was a money thing. Our family is not broke. Everybody's not a celebrity. Everybody's not famous. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
so
tracking.
It was about her coming to see, and you know, because we don't know when she gonna be able to get in town, or you know what I'm saying. It was about her coming and seeing Granny. That's all it was about. Because we all know, well, I know, because I go up there a lot, that Claressa ain't been up there to see her great grandma in over 7 years.
But why hasn't she gone up there? Like, that's the thing.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I can't speak for that.
Right.
But I know that when I go up there, they be like, "Oh, it's nice to see you." They say the same thing to me. You look just like your granny. And I'd be like, Claressa been up here? No, you know we ain't seen her. They'd be like, we just seen artists, we just seen Michelle, we just seen they'll run me down to everybody they done seen. But no Claressa. And as far as her going on vacation, I mean, she went to go watch somebody at Win Records child go to graduation instead of be there for her niece or nephew's birthday. So we know her priorities are all the way fucked up. You get what I'm saying?
I'm tracking.
So just like Maya Angelou said, if someone shows you who they are, believe them. She's been showing us who she is, and then we act like we don't. Well, I don't act like I don't believe her. I just call her out on her bullshit. I'm like the great grandma of the family. When you tell me that your 7-year-old went to the store and picked up something and they come over my house, I'll be like, "Ooh, don't you be a sticky finger over here now. We gotta check your pockets before you leave. But hey, baby, I love you. How you doing? Don't sit on over there right there where I can keep my eye on you. You know you got a little sticky finger. You know what I'm saying? Like backhanded compliment type shit." And then what else was I finna say?
You're just talking about
there is a situation going on currently with a blogger calling me a scammer.
What?
I'm not gonna never speak this man's name because I feel like he's clout chasing me.
Yeah. Right.
He has called me everything except a child of God, and I don't even know this man. Okay, and I feel like that as a man, that is insane for you not only to attack me as a woman, but you attacked my color. You attacked you body shamed me. You attacked my height. Like, and then on top of it all, you are he's slandering my name. And I don't get it. So I would like to say this. For all of those people that don't understand what is going on with the house on Spencer, because I brought national attention to this house and the things that was going on with trying to defraud the city with the mayor and CLARESSA, the city is not interested in the house, and Land Bank so far is not interested in the house, which means the house will remain in the possession of the Genesee County Treasury's Department. Okay, so as far as people trying to Google this to figure out who owns the house or where the house is or yada yada yada, whoopty whoopty whoop, you can't Google it. You can't look it up. The only way that you're going to get the actual factual information is for you to call downtown of Flint, Michigan to the Treasury's Department. And they're going to tell you that the house is going to go up in an auction in August. I have no reason to scam anybody, especially when all I do is fight for people's rights and fighting for the police to stop being used against us as the people, being weaponized against us because of the freaking mayor and the city council members that are being the minions for the mayor. You know what I'm saying? I don't like my character being attacked, especially when I know what type of person I am and when a person unprovokedly comes after me. It's not fair, and I don't appreciate it because I'm not no evil ass person. But if you take me there, then I will show you why you should have left me alone. I don't even know this man. I know CLARESSA. Okay, look what CLARESSA has done to me and look at the stuff that I've said about her. What do this man think that I will dig up about him if he keeps playing with me? I don't understand why I'm being attacked. I did nothing to nobody. All I've ever done is jump on these platforms to defend myself.
You know anything about Jayda Brown? Anything else? Anything going on with that whole thing?
As far as what? He got a lot going on.
I just saw him a live pop up today, and I was trying to follow it, but he wasn't really saying nothing. Like he was trying to, I don't know if he was trying to bring up like a video or something, but I was like, the name sounds familiar. Something about out there in Flint. I said,
not to get the big head and try to make laws to manipulate other laws to be able to do what they want to do type ordeal, if that makes sense to y'all. And because Jayda is not originally from Michigan or Genesee County, they're trying to say that he's not allowed to come to the city and speak, but the Constitution say you have the freedom to go anywhere that you want to go and be anywhere that you want to be and speak, because we the people run this. So as far as asking him his name, that's unconstitutional. Asking him where he lives at, that's unconstitutional. And telling him that he can't speak on behalf of the people is unconstitutional, because that's like telling me that I can't go to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol and speak to them at the Capitol about what I feel like is going wrong with we the people. How does that sound?
Right.
You can't go to your own capital and tell them was because you live in Ohio or because you live in New York or because you live in California. You can't go to the capital and address your issue that you having because you're not from the capital. That sounds crazy, don't it?
So what is it? What is my thing is? I know you're very vocal on things. You're very passionate, but maybe because I'm not following stuff like other people, I don't see why, especially out there in Flint and everything they have going on, why anybody out there would have an issue with you being about the people or anything with Claressa Shields. Like I just don't understand because I'm not seeing it. We know you can be vocal, you can be very direct, but I'm not seeing it. You know, so I don't know what I'm missing.
The people here in Genesee County don't have a problem with me as a whole. It's just certain individuals that are connected to Claressa that want to spin a narrative that we have problems or issues only solely because of Claressa, and that is very false.
Mm-hmm. So
these issues have been a problem for a while with a lot of different people. Like me and Brianna has been going back and forth, getting into it with each other since she was about 16, maybe 17 years old. That other cousin of mine that used to be friends with Claressa, I won't even speak her name at the fuck all, so please don't you say her name. Me and her have had issues ever since she started having sex with grown-ass men that her older cousin knew that she was having sex with and was turning a blind eye to. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The other long-faced friend that's really my cousin too, that be around Claressa, that Claressa be saying is her best friend now. You know what I'm saying? She I don't even want to get to even speaking on her. She'll fuck a horse if it's got money. So I don't even want to go down that
road. Right. So is there anything that you can do aside from just being vocal about what you're seeing happening out there with family, with Flint? Is there anything else you can do aside from just being vocal, or are you kind of powerless at this time?
No, I mean, so at this point, what's going on is we're waiting on the courts. Like all of this stuff that's going on, this is not me being vocal. This is stuff that is actively already in court.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are in court. Like the removal of judges. I'm about to run for an office seat to stand next to Michael Clack so that we can start eliminating and locking a whole lot of these people up that are and putting investigations on a lot of these officials that have been defrauding and doing a whole lot of illegal activity. We are going to exploit these people, and then we are going to go through the proper steps and procedures to have them locked up. Tyranny will not be accepted.
Right.
What? And treason on the people definitely will not be accepted. Not on my watch. Right. And that's exactly what's playing out right now. And the American people are acting like they're blind to what's going on. I don't know if the gentle parenting has caused people to become very soft and unaware of their be able to read a room. But shit's getting real. We are underneath a chemical warfare right now. We are up underneath a spiritual attack, and they're trying to take away our rights and turn them into privileges. And people are worried about what the next person is doing that's got more money than them and calling everybody broke. That's the part that's insane to me. Or how about motherfuckers is worried about a basketball game, or if they can make it on to a concert to be able to do a Megan the challenge, or like it's like everybody is participating in the circus of the illusion of stupidity.
and not really clicking in on, yeah, these people really trying to take us down through there.
Mm-hmm. I'm tracking with you. Hey, Sharlita, there's a lot of people, they're asking about Nigeria. And I'm like,
what about her?
They said, ask her about Nigeria. And I'm like, well, okay, I'll ask her. But I know that name keeps coming up. They were hoping that you would have some information on her, I guess, about what she's been saying. This is what some people were saying in the chat the last couple of days, is that when you speak the truth about Claressa. Nigeria speaks, and Jayda the boxer speaks. They were under the assumption that maybe all of y'all knew each other and had a good relationship. So that's why someone's like asking about Nigeria. They know I don't follow shit like that. So I said, all right, I'll ask her, but they didn't give me a specific question to ask you.
Okay, so Nigeria is my adopted cousin. I am adopted into Nigeria's family. Okay, so I have lots of tea on Nigeria. I don't speak on Nigeria, but this is what I will say. I find it tasteless and very classless what she's doing currently, because in previous posts or live, she's always said, I don't get into it with my friends and then we fall out and then I tell all their business, yada, 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 right? But you on the internet calling yourself trying to expose CLARESSA, right? You talking about you don't care about her not being there for your kids or yada, 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 X, Y, and Z. But you got to remember that she got nieces and nephews that she don't even be there for their birthdays for. You call Brianna, excuse me, y'all. You call Brianna a charity case, but you was the biggest charity case because you cried on Tequila's 4 about being homeless and did not having no place to stay, and you was tired of going from pillow to post and not having your own place, and friend, you not really a friend to me, and all of this old extra stuff. So CLARESSA hurried up and gave you the keys to the house instead of doing the news press release. It didn't have nothing to do with you, since you really want to go there, Nigeria. You want to make it seem like Brianna is a charity case. No, CLARESSA and Brianna was into it as siblings is the reason why you ended up being CLARESSA's charity case, bitch. Okay? Because had Brianna and CLARESSA still been cool and on good terms, CLARESSA would have never gave you Granny's house. But Brianna always, she just like me. Once you make her mad, she gonna say the most and she gonna mean that shit from the bottom of her heart, and she said it, she meant it, and she ain't taking it back. Like, it is what it is. And most of the time, 7 times out of 10, she's gonna be inebriated when she's saying it and or doing it, so you know it's true. And then as far as trying to mention something about better hope a stepson, better hope a godson, not your stepson. I don't have no comment on that. And then as far as you talking about you was barely there at the house, we know you was barely there at the house. You had your homeless ass brother, your homeless ass cousin, and your homeless ass mama. And all of these people was nasty and trifling, staying at the house while you was out traveling. Oh yeah, not to mention your 2 kids. Because we know for a fact that you don't be having your kids. See, she told on herself when she mentioned all of the places that she was and how she was doing it over the last 2 years, right? Her children was nowhere there, but then she'll mention and say that she's a great mother. How? You come in town, do photo shoots with your children, do their hair, cut their hair, do photo shoots with them like they're props, and then you leave. And then you post it on social media so you can make you a coin. You exploit your children for money. Now you're exploiting your friend or your ex-friend for a meta check. And you're continuously showing how your views is hitting 4 million and 5 million views because you're exploiting her for a meta check. But you call yourself Nye the GOAT. That's why I keep continuously saying you're Nye the Broke. And as far as people in the blogs talking about CLARESSA didn't start calling herself the GOAT until Nye started calling herself the GOAT. No, y'all do y'all fucking fact check on that shit. Claressa started calling herself the GOAT after she won the first Olympics as the youngest person to do it. When I told her she was the GOAT, and she asked me, she said, "That I'm not no GOAT." And I said, "You don't know what that means?" She said, "No." I said, "That's the greatest of all time." She said, "Well, I ain't the greatest of all time because Muhammad Ali is. So that just make me the..." And she thought about it. She was like, "Well, what about a GOAT? The, greatest woman of all time." And I was like, "Whatever floats your boat, my nigga." That was in my living room on the South Side. So y'all can get off of that fake ass narrative also. Yeah. And as far as Jayda, some of this, like I said, some of the stuff she say is real, and some of the stuff she say is just straight bullshit because she clout chasing and she broke too. And as far as y'all talking about some I'm broke and I'm begging Claressa for something, I ain't never asked Claressa for a red motherfucking penny. I don't need to ask her for nothing. She made it out. I'm glad she made it out. I just want a motherfucker to leave me out they bullshit and stop speaking my name. And Nigeria is full of bullshit. The character speaks for itself. I don't have to speak for it. Y'all seeing it play out in real time. How do you get into it with a person and they ain't said one fuck ass thing to you and you have unprovokedly started shit with them by sneak dissing on the internet? The only reason why people caught wind that y'all wasn't even cool is because the shit that you was doing on the internet, because Claressa wasn't saying shit. Claressa ain't do you like she did me. Nigeria. And what else is it that they would like to know? Well, because the last time I checked, Nigeria be talking about she don't fuck with broke niggas. Well, bitch, you fuck Papoose' cousin. And that nigga broke as shit because all he do is wear Papoose' hand-me-down ass clothes and hand-me-down ass jewelry. But hey, my name is Jenkins and you ain't heard that from me, supposedly. Right. Well, the people in the chat know that I'm totally clueless with a lot of the gossip and the bullshit. But somebody was like, ask about the Red Roof Inn and ask if the baby is Paps. Somebody, what was they saying? Some shit about some baby being Papoose' baby. And I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? Well, I'm going to say this right here. If they want to know the answers to a lot of this, they going to have to go over to my YouTube and subscribe and become a member, because a lot of this content is already out there on my YouTube. Yeah. Well, y'all heard what she said. Go on over there and become a member, man. Because she's giving she already has the answers out there, man. Yeah. But you know me, Sharlita, when we talk, I don't be up on a lot of this stuff, man. But I get bits and pieces during the lives, but I try to tell people all the time, when it come to you, you're passionate, and you're not just gonna come out here sounding off about things. You're not like that. It's going to be a reaction to somebody doing or saying something about you. And that's something that I try to make clear when we do talk, when your name does come up. But I'm surprised you up, man. What got you up in the middle of the night? I just woke up and was finna go make me a smoothie, and somebody hit me up on Instagram and told me to come on over here. And somebody just said, "Is the story of you not letting Claressa Shields get your baby true because you stole from her?" So I didn't steal from her. What I did was pawn a Nintendo Wii, and she found out about it. And it wasn't that I didn't let her get the baby. She told me that a pedophile and a drug addict was going to watch the baby. So we wasn't doing that. Yeah, I remember you mentioned, I did see, I don't know if it was an interview or you were just on a live where you mentioned something about that in particular. I remember that because that's when there was all the confusion about Claressa having a child, and you cleared that up and like, no, she did not have a child. And you explained all that. Yeah, I remember that. Right. And then let me say this also. For all of the people that keep talking about Claressa did a live when she was on Delta Airlines and Delta spelled her name wrong. No, Delta didn't spell her name wrong. The world spells her name wrong. So y'all should do y'all due diligence and do y'all fact checks before y'all just jump on the internet and just spew garbage out y'all mouths like y'all know what y'all talking about. Because y'all don't be knowing what y'all talking about most of the time. Y'all be trying to connect apples with oranges, and you need to connect apples with apples.
Didn't you correct everybody before about how to spell her name, and they made a choice to spell it the way they're spelling it right now?
I never told nobody how it's spelled. I just kept saying that Claressa is not her name, and that is not how you spell her name. Well, when she went on vacation and she went out of the country just now, she showed Delta, because on First Class, Delta put your name on the seat on the TV in front of you. You know what I'm saying? And so she showed it. And everybody like, Delta spelled your name wrong. Motherfucker, how can Delta spell your name wrong when you have to show your ID to board a plane? Like, that can't be wrong. That let me know y'all don't travel. Like, how slow or stupid can people really be? So, apparently, the world spells her name wrong, and what she showed you is how her name is really spelled. And her name is not Claressa. I keep telling people that. Her name is not Claressa.
So how do you properly pronounce her name?
You have to go to my YouTube page.
No, I got you.
Because so much, listen, after what the one man just did to me, where he literally used to beg me to come grace his platform with an interview, and then I did it, and then he turned around and called me a scammer and calling me a Sasquatch and black bees and a scammer and all of this other crazy stuff. I don't grace people's platforms no more. The most I would do is you and Nyla Says. Outside of that, can't nobody else get me on that platform. I don't have no. You don't do nothing, no shady or funny stuff towards me, and she don't either. This man called me on a live. He was on live and video chat, called me out the blue after I had just got off the phone with my cousins, them trying to figure out what was going on with my granny. Just straight questioning me on a live. I'm like, what the fuck? So then I sent him a text message like, you got my actual phone number, and the fact that you did that, I feel like you violated my trust on purpose. So your access to me has just been turned to limited. And then after that, he goes and makes a video about me, and then I tell him that this is slander and that I'm gonna sue him on the post. I told him that. He goes and makes his entire Instagram private, and then goes live on YouTube about me, calling me all kind of names. So that's crazy. So I'm not gracing people's platforms. I'm not turning nobody up. I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. I have been dealing with you way before any. So that's what I'm gonna keep doing, dealing with the original people. Everybody else, I'm sorry, that man fucked it up for y'all.
So what you got planned for, well, I ain't gonna say tomorrow because we already in today. What you got planned? Because I know you got things to do.
Well, today is actually a workout day where I'm just gonna do some yoga for the majority of the day and open up my hips and back, and you know what I'm saying? And then I gotta write out some emails. And I'm about to start rebranding my platforms to food tasting from the view of a person like me. And yeah, you guys will know about it when it drops. It'll be hitting on my YouTube channel soon. And I'm working on my own podcast currently because everybody keep asking me to get a podcast. So,
well, this is the time to do it, man. Because with here's the thing about Claressa, her name is so hot with you all, and just your insight, your commentary. It's like Bitcoin, getting in early. Get in, get your money. And I know you ain't doing it for money, but this is a great opportunity to come out here. You have an audience. People want to hear from you. And just strike while the iron's hot, man. If you enjoy it, stick with it. I keep trying to tell people when I do talk about you, I'm like, There's a lot of depth to Sharlita. She's well traveled, and I'm not gonna come out here and say all the things we talked about. But I'm like, boy, if she, I think you may have talked about it before. I don't know, but if you really start to open up and talk about all the things that we talked about and just your travels and the things you've been exposed to, and know that would blow people's minds, man. I tell people all the time, she ain't your typical person. Don't get it twisted because she ranting and raving, be cussing and carrying on. There's a lot of depth to Sharlita. A lot.
Right. And that's what a lot of people don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's exactly what a lot of people don't understand. And I'm not here to argue it. And I wish people would stop thinking that I'm mad or angry when I'm expressing how I feel about something. No, it's not I'm mad or I'm angry. I'm a very passionate person about a lot of things that go on. And if you're not as passionate about the things that's in your life, then I feel sorry for you. I'm sorry. I hate that for you. But I am. I'm very passionate about everything that goes on because it means something to me.
Can you talk about the position you plan on running for out there in Flint?
No, currently I can't because I would like it to be a surprise to the mayor because I'm actually going after his wife's position.
Really? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Do you have a good relationship with the mayor or no?
Oh, no.
No.
We took a casket to his house.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you guys take a casket? Why'd y'all take a casket there?
Because he trying to kill us and steal from us. And before he continues to steal from us and kill us, he can either leave our city voluntarily, or we can take this back to the constitutional days where our forefathers literally had public lynchings.
Okay.
That would be a nice thing. Or we could take it to what that one comedian said. We got active volcanoes. Why ain't we using them and just pushing niggas in it? And when I say niggas, I'm talking about people. Especially if you ever touched a kid, did something to an elderly person, you automatically, it shouldn't even be a question. You should just automatically be pushed in a volcano. Why do we have to kill you when Mother Nature created something for us naturally? A nice pit of hell. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm tracking with you. Tracking with you.
And people be like, oh, lock them up. Lock them up. So when y'all start locking our children up with these people, y'all want them to be locked up? No. Go ahead and just send this ball of energy somewhere back where it needs to go, and maybe it could find some light and come back to a nicer physical being of a form, because energy don't die, it just transfers. So I don't know, but yeah, they need to be pushing people in volcanoes.
So it was a political move just to let him know, hey, we see what's going on and we don't agree with it. So now I understand.
Correct. And I don't know who P-Dub is, but I would like to say this to you. If Google told you that our mayor is extremely corrupt, Google only got 5% of the actual corruption. We had over 200 and our ARPA funds disappeared. Okay, and if y'all don't know what that is the backup emergency funds for the city in case if the government shuts down, then the city would still be able to function. Our entire ARPA funds have disappeared, and nobody can tell us where it's at. But the mayor just asked for a $250,000 fucking grant, and his wife turned around and asked for another $50,000 on top of that. So y'all asking for $300,000 together as a whole entity. And where is this money actually going? And then I would like for somebody to actually bring to everybody's attention this right here. If you're from the city of Flint, pay attention to all of these half-ass projects that they've just started doing. You know what I'm saying? And they're getting it done, like Burston, half-ass project. You get what I'm saying? But it's funded under grant money. But guess what? The refunding for them to get for grant monies and stuff, it's going to come up in August because they pay out for it in October.
You see what I'm saying? So the money that they stole that would have finished all of these projects, they got a lot of half-ass projects going on throughout the entire city, where buildings are half-ass done, or construction, or whatever it is, with the roads, with the buildings, with the mega sites, everything is half-ass done. The money has been stolen, okay? But because the progress has reached a certain amount of progress, they're allowed to qualify to get more grant funding money so that they can keep. It's a continuous cycle of, if you don't know what's going on, I'm gonna keep doing it. We need to get these people out of office.
Let me ask you a question, man, and you can continue talking about, whatever you desire. You got the red carpet treatment. What do you have an opinion on Claressa and ALYCIA, and Claressa slapping ALYCIA? Did you happen to know about that, or what's your thoughts about?
Yeah, that's so distasteful. It's just so distasteful. Because it's one thing for you to go and talk to Alicia Baumgartner about something pertaining to boxing. Anything pertaining to boxing. You could have went down there and slapped her and told her, bitch, you are out here talking about me, can't get down to your weight class, bitch, I see you at your weight class, you better accept the fight. You really went down here and argued the cause of you being in a relationship with a married man. You really down here fighting. So all of this stuff people been talking about you at Northwestern fighting over somebody else's man is true. You're displaying it right now. You're fighting over somebody else's man. He's still somebody else's husband. And until that is rectified, you make yourself look crazy and stupid as hell, especially if y'all don't end up getting married and living happily ever after. You went and picked a fight with this girl for no fucking reason. I would like somebody to tell me, where exactly was Claressa's seats at for this fight? This MVP fight that she was at? Mm-hmm. Where exactly was her seat at? Because from my understanding, her seat was up in the balcony. Yeah, or up further up into, the stands or whatever. Yeah. That's from my understanding. Right. So how you get down on the floor where Alicia Baumgartner was to smack her, and then on top of that, you started commotion and chaos at an event, and then the CEO and or president, you sent him a text message and told him that the event was wonderful and you had a fabulous time. If that wasn't the most narcissistic ass shit ever, like you ain't just start some shit at his fucking function, that is crazy, insane work. Now, if that's not showing your first of the month disability check, I don't know what is.
Right, yeah. I know she was invited by Netflix to be in the VIP section, and she ended up over there. I just thought that was a bad look for her, man, and to go and do that. Didn't make sense to go over there and be arguing, especially about that, and it wasn't a time or place, and then to go and slap her. The whole thing was bad, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to get your opinion on that, man. It's crazy. But what's up with you?
And then I don't know why she keep letting her. I don't know who doing her makeup.
Yeah, what do you think about her being in Aruba with all that makeup on in the tropical climate? What you think about that? Because I was shocked. I thought she was
letting people on social media control too much of how she thinks and moves, and she trying to prove a point to be socially accepted, and for what? I jump on the internet every day with my hair looking wild and crazy on purpose because it bothers so many people. Like, literally. Do you know how many people is, like, begging me to come and get my hair done? They'll do my hair for free. And I don't even need my hair done for free, but I'm not turning down no free hairdos. I can afford to get it done. I just don't. Right. For one, I'm tender-headed, and I don't like getting my hair done. And two, the more and more people talk about my hair, the more and more it makes me not want to get it done because it bothers you that my hair looks like this. It don't bother me. So the fact that Claressa let people bother her about her looks, about who she is as a person, about anything pertaining to her self-esteem, her character, not even her character, just like how she carries herself or whatever, and she's trying to gratify others, she's crazy. She's insane, and she's never going to satisfy everybody, so she's going to consistently keep doing bullshit. Like, this shit reminds me of low-key Little Kim. And the shit that people were saying, Little Kim was pretty as fuck when she first came out. And no offense to Little Kim or anything now, you know, you just keep finna catch a straight, but she went and got all this surgery and stuff done to her because she was trying to fit into what other people was thinking and saying about her, which was causing her to have low self-esteem, and she didn't feel like she was socially accepted. This is just my take on it. Mm-hmm. And so this is kind of like what CLARESSA is doing, but with her personality and with her wardrobe and trying to flash off her money and all of this extra stuff. It's like she's trying to prove a point to people that don't. It's pointless to prove a point to. Like, it's why? And I ain't even trying to say it fucked up, but she trying to prove a point to people that ain't got shit. Because in the celebrity world, CLARESSA, you're poor. You're considered poor. You're project material in the celebrity world. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not of the status of, like, mogul, like real wealth. You're just rich, which means your richness can disappear. You know what I'm saying? Your wealth cannot disappear. You're so deep into it that it's there for a minute. You make one false move of what you got going on right now, we gonna see you back on the Southside Projects. See what I'm saying? Northside Projects. So her trying to gratify people that don't even, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, but I think y'all understand what I'm saying. It's gonna drive her crazy. She's never gonna figure out who she is as a person, and eventually she's gonna end up self-destructing until she go get some self-healing, and we're watching this shit go down in real time.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that. It's crazy, man. Crazy. Now, have you disclosed kind of what your days are like? Because I know last time we talked, there's certain things you just didn't want people to know, as far as, you know, if you work, if you don't work, you know, stuff like that. Because I don't want to ask the question I'm going to ask if you haven't put that out there.
Oh yeah, I currently am not working because I'm going through some other issues currently. Yeah, I'm just moving through life. Mm-hmm. And trying to make a change one person at a time.
Right.
I don't know why CLARESSA seems delusional about her situationship. Yeah. And it's not that Pap don't want no divorce. What it is that I think Remy Ma is don't want CLARESSA nowhere near the golden child, so they have to figure out the parenting time for her, and that's what's gonna cause the most strife. And y'all got to remember that Papoose is saying that he wrote a lot of Remy Ma's songs. So with that being said, and as there's a divorce going down, there is a form of payment or who owns the rights to what or whatever. So this might be like a little long drawn out divorce, because it might be down to we counting blades of grass, meaning counting words and songs, and trying to figure out who said what and who ghost wrote what and who put what words into what. But I ain't the brightest crayon in the box. Papoose rap like Cat in the Hat, and so do CLARESSA. And Remy Ma don't rap like that. So I'm just saying that maybe he didn't write her raps, but hey, I ain't got a dog in that fight.
Do you think it's cool? You think CLARESSA should be diversifying and wrestling? What do you think about that wrestling thing when she was at that Sukiban? Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen it. Now my thing is with the wrestling, she been doing MMA type stuff, but we all know she can't hang in that field unless they rig it for her.
Right. Would you ever do
I know
something
y'all
like
seen
that?
that nasty ass arm bar she had to tap up out of. That girl damn near broke her motherfucking arm. I was like, man, y'all be acting like y'all Ray Charles to some of this shit. I'd be like, okay.
Let me ask you a question, man, because we know that you're not one to shy away from a confrontation. You don't look for it, you know, but you're not one to run away. Would you get involved in that? Because you're pretty popular right now. What if someone reached out to you and said, hey, we'd like for you to come over here and maybe get involved in a WWE or some kind of tough woman contest or something? Would you be open to stuff like that if they're paying the right money?
Man, listen. They offer me some stuff like that. We selling out arenas, okay? One thing about me, I'm like a female John Cena. I'm gonna talk my shit, and I'm gonna show this to whoop your ass, okay?
Yeah. I knew that was the answer coming. I'm like, that's what they need, man. I mean, they need to get Sharlita out here into that, like the WWE or something. Because I was talking the other day, I was like, yo, Sharlita you like a gold mine. Like you got the personality, you got the talk, you got the charisma, and I haven't seen you, but I believe you said you're over 6 feet tall, right?
I am.
Yeah. So I mean, you have everything, man. You have superstar written all over you, in my opinion. And I'm like, man, if you start doing these like your podcasts and you become more popular because you become a cult hero to a lot of people right now, but you become more popular, I could see it going that direction.
Okay, so what is a cult hero?
Well, a cult hero, what you talking about? In my opinion, as far as a cult hero,
I don't know what it means. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, I'll tell you what a cult hero is, man. It's like a person who has like a small but intensely devoted fan base. And your fan base is continuing to grow. You know what I'm saying? And that's how come I refer to you. I'm like, yo, she coming like a cult hero. I did a video and talking about Sharlita went from something to cult hero because I just watched the response now. It's like the tide has turned from people's initial perception and opinion of you to now where they see you, they take you very serious. And they recognize that you're very intelligent as well. There's still some people that have different opinions, but for the most part, they're like, no, she's a straight shooter, can be a bit brash, but they really appreciate you and they support you, man. And that's just the tone that I get off the people who come on my channel.
Why, thank you. I am a straight shooter. Yeah, I don't got the best delivery sometimes. Most of the time, I ain't gonna say sometimes. I'm gonna say most of the time. But it comes from a good place. And my favorite saying is, I'm nice, I'm not so kind. Share it lightly. And I be meaning that. I'm a very nice person until you show me what level we on. Mm-hmm. And then I really show you that I'm not so kind if need be.
Right. I think we all have that quality in us, man. You know, you been so far before we break, and others just have something that remains dormant, but you push the right buttons at the surface. And I think you can. I know you have that about you. I know that, man. Oh yeah, everyone, go and subscribe to her channel. Become a member to her channel, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you're welcome over here all the time, man. You know, I don't really reach out to you and humbug you about nothing. I check up on you every now and then. But for you to just pop up on the channel, you caught me off guard. I was about to get off. I had just spent 3 hours there with Jayda the boxer. And I saw Remy Savage. I'm like, Remy Savage? And I was like, ain't no way. Not at 1 something in the morning over here. And I was like,
yeah, I just woke up. So I'm like, and then it's one of my followers, one of my truth tellers, they like, go talk to Hood. He on, call him. I'm like, what? So they sent me a link, and then I hit it, and I seen you was live. So then I was listening to what you was talking about. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I'm gonna let him know I'm in here real quick.
Yeah. No, I appreciate
Show
it, man.
him some love, grace this platform.
Yeah.
You know, I mess with you the long way. You don't be on that bull.
Yeah, I like talking about boxing. I have my conversation about Claressa, but I just frame it. I just talk about what interests me, man. You know, I like to the politics of it. I like it from a business perspective. I like it from just knowing short and long term, you know, the ups and downs and how this can affect people's careers. And I like to bring my background into it. So that's why everyone has their own style, but that's just what I enjoy doing. Anything else, you ain't gonna get that from me because I don't even think that way. So what you see is what's going on in my mind. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a different conversation, man. But I'm glad you appreciate it and other people appreciate it. You know.
Most definitely. And I just would like to tell everybody I love y'all and good night. Because I know y'all about to go to sleep, but I'm about to make me a smoothie and start my yoga and do my meditation and start my day.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. You know, anytime you want to come on, you just pop on in.
Yes, sir. You have a good one.
All right, you too. All right. Yeah, man. So that was Sharlita, man. You know what I'm saying? Who could have? You couldn't possibly script the way the live went tonight. There's no way in the world that we could have scripted the way tonight went. I came on here. You see the title. Is CLARESSA bleaching in ARUBA? She's not fine anymore. Serrano calls for ALYCIA to fight DUBOIS. That's what I was going to talk about. I was going to spend 2 hours talking about ALYCIA and DUBOIS and how Serrano looks like she's doing something different. That's what I was going to talk about. And then I saw it was, Jayda the boxer in there. And, I had to read that like 2-3 times because when I see those profile names pop up, I'm not used to seeing them. That's why it jumped out at me. And I was like, is this a burner account? You know what I'm saying? I'll take one more call, then I'm gone. Go ahead, caller. You there? Anyway, person missed out. But when I see those names in there, I'm just they jump out at me because I'm not used to seeing them. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you can ask my question I had in the chat next time. I guess I wasn't even reading the chat, Christine. I was I don't know what I was just listening. But I apologize. Next time we'll get it right. I've been on here for almost 4.5 hours, so I apologize for not locking in. You know what I mean? I start getting tired, so my attention span isn't what it was the first 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, I turned that phone off, man. I ain't taking no more calls. It says we hear you breathe. We hear you breathing. Speak up. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But that being said, man, it says I think it's time for me to get my ass off of here. But I'm telling you, tonight, that shit's like a movie, man. I was not going to go live tonight. I was been busy today, but I slept earlier and I was awake. You know what I'm saying? So I said, I'll go live and chit chat with the people. But I'll do it tomorrow. Say you tired. I see it. Yeah, hell yeah, I'm tired. But tomorrow I'll talk about, I'm tired, Sharlita. But I made time for you. When I saw you come into the chat, I said, ain't no way in the world I'm going to not talk to you. But yeah, I'm going to get some rest now. But tomorrow I'll talk about the Serrano stuff, man. But that being said, y'all keep cool. I'm supposed to be at the gym, 8:30 to go boxing and shit. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but we'll see. Anyway, man, y'all keep cool. I appreciate the support, all right? I'm in the breeze.